1.
Good evening. Good evening, 6:30 PM, July 23rd, 2025. I call the Select Board regular business meeting to order. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV Cable Station 8 and on the YouTube web platform. A recording will be available on TCTV YouTube channel. At this time, is there anyone else who is recording the meeting? Also, please silence your phones at this time. First item on the agenda would be the approval of the meeting minutes of July 9th, 2025.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment. On the first line of the meeting minutes, it says that the executive assistant, Kelsey, and the temporary administrative assistant, Emily, were present. Well, Emily didn't work for us anymore, so I don't know how she could have been present. So I'd like to strike that line. Those two individuals.
Yes.
I would make a motion, we accept as amended.
Second.
Motion made as amended.
I did.
Second by Mr. May. Anything further? Hearing none. On the motion, how would you vote? Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Bessel?
Yes.
And I'm yes. That's it. 6:33. Next item is the executive sessions for June 25th, 2025. These were moved forward from the July 9th meeting. And then we have executive session minutes of July 9th, 2025.
I move to approve the executive session, Chair. The minutes of 6/25/2025, and 7/09/25 is presented and not to be released to the public at this time.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? On the motion, Mr. May, how would you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Phelps?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Bessel?
Yes.
And I'm yes. 34. there anyone with citizen input this evening? Go ahead. Chair right there. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Gage Pace here. I live on 170 Farnsworth Road. I am the cable, well, I am a member of the Cable TV Advisory Committee. We haven't done our organization yet for the year, so. I just wanted to, I noticed that Scout Hall was once again on the agenda for this meeting, so I just wanted to make a mention that I know that it is currently closed. I hope that action taken on I will lead to it being open again. I think it's an important place for congregation, and I'd like to see it utilized more by the town. And if there's anything that I can do to assist in that matter, I hope that the select board will leverage the resources at their disposal to do so. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have one person here, citizen comment on the Zoom line. Mr. Terenzini, good evening. Good to see you.
Point of order.
Yeah,
Previously, I did try to do public comment via Zoom and was told that the select board can't accommodate that. Has something changed in the past year?
As a chair, I accommodated Mr. Terenzini to save him a 6-hour drive.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Carter Terenzini. I am a former town administrator in Templeton. I've worked with several of you, sparred with one of you, and get a chance to meet for the first time 2 of you. I don't envy the task that you are undertaking, having filled the position of interims in a number of communities and done the actual recruitments. I need to impress upon you the challenge that you face. The market is thin in the town of Lunenburg that was recently completed. There were fewer applicants than you could count on 2 hands. In my town here in Moultonborough that I just completed the recruitment for, you would not need 3 hands to count everyone. The pay rate, I think, will shock you. Lunenburg was 173, Lancaster 180. Hadley could not recruit in the low 6-figure to $150,000 range. Adams, Dalton, Great Barrington, and the list goes on. And I know that you, Mr. Chairman, have already done quite a bit of work. I think that you need to understand that it is unlikely that you will be able to recruit a town administrator who is, or she is, plug and play, if you will. You need to think outside the box and look in areas that are not generally the source of municipal managers, whether they are planners, DPW directors, finance people. And you need to, in my point of view, concentrate first and foremost on fit. My personality works well in some towns with some people, and it does not work well in some towns with other kinds of people. And in our recruitment here in Moultonborough, it was broken into 2 phases. The first set of interviews were only about fit. They were not any technical questions whatsoever on labor negotiations or finance, because that was the drive to find someone that could fit and who could learn, because Richard Branson Virgin companies would say, hire somebody that can learn because you can teach them, but you cannot teach them the kinds of people skills that are needed. I would urge you to consider that as you go about interviewing these people, they are interviewing you also. They're watching you. They're watching how you make decisions. They are watching how you treat your employees. When it comes time for final interviews, they will think about how that final interview, did you show them the town? What did you have that you were proud of? What did you have that you're concerned about? I did email to Holly, and I understand that it might be available for being handed out, a recruitment statement that we did here. I know if you've been online, you will see many of these kinds of documents. They outline not only why someone would want to come to Templeton, and remember, you have a relatively small geographic target area, if you will. You are not Lunenburg, you are not Swampscott. You do not have a huge population density within a 1 hour drive of you. So you will be challenged from that point of view. Identifying the problems that you face, and finance is certainly one of them. The governor's new legislation, as I've discussed with some, is already asking for expanded 9C authority. And what does that mean? That is the authority that the governor has to cut the budget without having to seek legislative approval. Currently, municipal aid's off the table. There have been twice in my lifetime of the past 15 to 20 years where the legislature gave added time to the governor. The fact that they're asking for it in early July would cause me concern. You have the affordable housing units, you have a wave of retirement and succession coming up. So defining what you have as your challenges and what kind of skill set you want those people to have, it is this board that needs to do that. Otherwise, when you establish your screening panel, it will be them that's deciding as they go through the interview. And you can find, if you do not guide the process, that a screening panel perhaps has different thoughts than you. And whether that screening panel be 5 or 11, there are some common denominators: a moderator, someone from the schools, particularly if there is a school district, chair of the planning board, chair of the advisory committee, or their designees. So there's many, many different models, and I know you are working to define those. With respect to the process itself, 5 months is not uncommon, whether you use a recruiter, you do it yourself, you use an advisor that helps your citizens committee that doesn't do the full recruitment, but's been through the hoops a few times. Having a timeline defined ahead of time and being able to stay to that timeline is critical. I've seen far too committees who, when they get the batch of resumes in, for the first time, they start talking about meeting dates. In Lunenburg, there was a 1 month lag between the finalists being decided and their interviews. I can tell you that that can be deadly. You will lose people in that process. We up here got from beginning until entry of the employee, we did it in 5 months, and we had 2 of our candidates drop out during the course of that process. So I urge you to do that. Finally, I'd like to speak to the issue that I started with, which is people are interviewing you. How you treat your employees is important. The personnel plan defines how you treat and pay an employee when they are working out of class. That was defined because we had employees at the time working far and above for their fixed pay. And the board needed to decide how they should do that when someone's working out of class for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, months. I understand if the board at times will see policies it doesn't like and it wishes to change them. I would urge you to step back, decide what it is that you want that change to be, and then adopt it. I would urge that you not suspend a policy midstream, especially because employees came to rely upon that. And also, until such time as you define that new policy under the law of unintended consequences, if you will, and you should have that kind of issue arise again, you have no definition of how to pay those people. So I thank you very much for your indulgence. I urge the board to consider the context in which some of those policies may have been adopted, the law of unintended consequences if they are suspended or revoked, midstream in particular, liabilities that can arise. I'm available, should you wish, at any time for a phone call from your chair to be able to share whatever I might have learned in my time, not only with you, but with others. And again, Mr. Chairman, it's always nice to see you again. I can see Mr. Toth's shoulder, I believe. We worked on the rec together again. I wish you the very best in your search. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence and time.
Thank you, Mr. Terenzini. Appreciate your time. Anyone else with citizen comment? PA is not here. First item under new business. Introduce a new employee, a full-time firefighter. John Beharrell. Did I
Close enough.
damage your name enough? Chief?
Good evening, everybody. This time, I'd like to introduce you to our newest firefighter paramedic, Jonathan Burrell. He comes from us, he's a firefighter, EMT, part-time on call in Stone, Mass. And he recently, in the past year, passed his paramedic program. And he has started with us about a month ago, and he is starting out, ball rolling, fantastic. He's done a great job so far. And we're getting set to get him into the fire academy to finish off his beginning training. Hopefully by Christmas time, he'll be done. He is already on a group and responding with his partner.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Didn't want to say anything.
John, do you live local or are you commuting?
Meeting, living Groton, Mass.
Okay.
Anything you want to say? Never know.
Next item is 2-in-1. I believe we're only going to be able to do one. Don't see anyone from the planning board here. And they did not have a meeting posted for this evening. So we'll be making the appointment for the advisory committee with an interest form from Beverly Bartolomeo for the advisory committee. This would be an appointment until the adjournment of the next annual town meeting. At this time, I move to appoint Beverly Bartolomeo to the advisory committee for a term ending at the adjournment of the annual town meeting of May 2026.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? This would put 5 people on the committee, so they will have a full advisory committee. No discussion, no comments. On the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Bessel?
Yes.
And I am yes. And that is 6:48. Next item is the quarterly reports of finance,
I can go first.
the assessor.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Hello, members of the board. Justice Graves, Deputy Assessor for the Board of Assessors. For our fourth quarter report for FY 2025. Finishing out the year. I will just go over some of the major points in it, and if you have any questions for me, I'll take them at any time in the middle of it. An additional $1,271.53 was billed out in supplemental real estate tax this quarter. And an omitted personal property bill was also issued for additional revenue. A yearly total of $117,982.88 came off of the overlay account this year. It was up from the prior year. However, the driving force for the increase in amounts coming off of the overlay are from personal exemptions for veterans, the blind, and senior citizens who qualify for those. And the last 9,137 that came off during the last quarter were from the final real estate exemptions and personal property abatements and uncollectible personal property abatements that were reviewed by the board in the last quarter. One motor vehicle commitment, number 3, came out during quarter 4 for a total of 110,000. And abatements for the quarter in motor vehicle excise were just over 16,000. This year's community preservation figures netted an additional 16,000 for the town. This is a little bit down from last year's amount, which was just over 20,000 that had increased in FY 24. But there is still, again, a year-over-year increase in what the community preservation funds are receiving. Everything was done in preparation for the real estate preliminary tax bill in the first and second quarter for fiscal year 2026. Building permits continue to come in. As I have said a few times and at the last quarterly, I know that there are 3 new board members, but last quarter I had talked about how, yes, there are a lot of building permits, but what I'm seeing that the building commissioner is issuing are a lot of different items that homeowners are doing to keep up with their properties. It's not the same as where there were, almost every quarter you were seeing like 2 or 3 new permits for additional houses. We're not seeing that. We don't have as many additional houses. We are seeing a lot more interest. Again, there's more people coming in and talking between both my office and development services on the accessory dwelling units, but those are far and few between. And the additions right now are mostly that people in the last quarter have been pulling out for some additions to their homes. But major new construction, like I said, the biggest project that's coming up that will be developed is the Baldenville Elementary School project, which they just acquired the property on last quarter. Our office conducted our annual visits at the Templeton Fish and Game Club, and I trained our administrative assistant and to do inspections out in the field. And we hired last quarter a new field inspector, and I will talk about that with our cyclical inspections in the next quarter. Senior work-off applications opened in April. We had more people apply as per usual than seats that are available. A seat opened up. I'll let you know that a seat opened up for another senior work-off later this year. But there are always more residents that are interested than there are positions available, and there are less positions available than there are funds that the town puts aside for it. The town put for 20 residents to do it at $500 minus taxes per town meeting vote, just so that everyone is aware of that. And I'd like to thank everyone who, again, has an interest in this program and the people who continually are interested and come back for it. And as well, mention it out so that people know that if they want to apply and be a new person next year, it is first come, first place. So just because you've done it before doesn't mean that you'll be able to do it again, just because of the limited positions available. I did want to bring to the board's attention that in June, the board went over its overlay account balances to review if they would declare any amount as excess overlay because of substantial differences, substantial amounts outstanding on the real estate taxes side from the accountant's ledger, which we have to review, and as well as the collector's ledger. it showed that there was no excess overlay available at the time that the board was deciding on it. And the board decided not to certify any excess overlay for fiscal year 25. We will look at it again next year. The board will look at it again next year around this time, as we've done the previous year as well. Last year, the board was able to certify $85,000 off of overlay surplus. But again, going through the DOR's guidelines and going through the calculation on that, with what we were able to get from the accountant side of the ledger, we were not able to do that. And I did also want to let you know that the board did certify that for the recap sheet, it would be at least $130,000 for the overlay account and no more than $145 for the overlay account for FY26, subject to adjustment. The overlay account, for anyone who doesn't know, is the balance for any uncollectible taxes as well as abatements and exemptions. Massachusetts assumes a 100% collection of taxes, but there are circumstances such as personal exemptions where people are allowed and have the privilege of having those monies taken off if they qualify for it. And the overlay account is the remedy to make the budget whole essentially with that. With the increase in the exemptions that have been going on, especially with our veterans exemptions, that was a big driving force behind why the $130,000. And that is something that we will keep an eye on as we go towards tax rate setting. So we'll keep an active eye on that. And I just wanted to let you know that motor vehicle exemptions, because the HERO Act went up, 22,000 was submitted for reimbursement in fiscal year 2025. They will probably not, the number and how much will be reimbursed next year will fluctuate again, considering that the HERO Act was enacted in the middle of calendar year 2024, which made veterans who are 100% disabled or determined to be permanently disabled to get excise exemptions on their 2024 and 2025 excise calendar tax. That contributed to that total, but there will be a difference on that when it's only mostly the calendar year 2026 that is submitted for motor vehicle on the next year's reimbursement form. And other than that, there was other work that was done this quarter and completed Course 101 back in April. And there were some webinars and I attended a conference. Are there any questions from the board?
What is the current balance of the overlay?
Yep, I can tell you. So the current balance of the overlay account is $742,897.15.
And then that will increase. You're gonna add to that, 130 to 145, depending.
Yes, depending on how things go towards tax rate setting and in consulting with the board, because they can change that number at any time going into tax rate setting. It would not, yes, it would be adding on to it. In discussing with the board and in the meetings that the Board of Assessors have had, the goal has been to, I would say, level off where the overlay account is at this time, and then to see when excesses can be declared and when they can't, depending on, again, what the receivables are between the accountant and the collector. Yes, 130,000 potentially is going to be raised and put on the tax rate recap for that. But keep in mind that over 117,000 was done in abatements and exemptions. And unlike in a typical, because this year was also a revaluation year, you typically see an increase. The increase was not in abatements this year. The increase was primarily exemptions, people who qualify and who sought out exemptions for their real estate. So that would include, we saw the biggest increase with disabled veterans, but there's always the potential we're having people come in now who have not applied for senior exemption before that are starting to do that as well. So we're seeing more interest in exemptions and exemption questions in our office, and the increase that happened last year tells us that there is a trend. And there has also been a strong response from people who are returning for exemptions who are filing them again for this year because the period opened on July 1st. Just to give you a foreshadowing on that, although we'll see when the numbers play out with who actually comes in for their exemptions and who actually can qualify and not qualify at that time, because that's an open process right now.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Justice, two questions.
Mhm.
The senior work off, the
Yeah.
$500 we aligned for up to 20 residents
Yeah.
is a little paltry when I did some looking across other communities across the state.
Mhm.
1,000 to 1,500 seems to be an average. One community actually was at 2,000. That's quite a adjustment.
Mhm.
But they didn't limit how many residents. Is that something the Board of Assessors can consider and look at?
So to sort of answer your question, there's a few points with it.
Yep.
The reason why it's at the 20 residents at the $500, which comes out to 2,500, it's the, yeah, 10,000, yeah, $10,000, is because the 10,000 has to be added onto the overlay. You have to consider it in your overlay account because as senior work off is an abatement program, that is how the town is able to put those funds onto the real estate when those people actually complete the work. That's how it's paid for. If the town wanted to do that, it's a town meeting vote. Town meeting sets what they want for the senior work-off program, for the senior work-off abatement program. That is the vote that happened, that the residents wanted to put aside that $500 for the 200, for the 20 residents, not 200, for the 20 residents. Every city and town is different. Some of them treat their overlay accounts and what they raise on their recaps very differently, and so they're able to have more of a wide margin for that. Some of them have more work that they are able to do. I mean, if you're talking about a city, you're talking about, much larger departments with much larger scale. And so they may need senior work off, for, 60, 70, 80 hours during a season. It just all depends on what the residents want and what the town needs. I don't determine what positions become available. I reach out to the departments and ask them, what do you have available? And it depends on their schedules and it depends on their workload at the time, what they're able to offer and what they're not able to offer for senior work off. So that's something to consider, what the residents would want to vote for in town meeting for, and what the ability is for the town itself to, because they're employees when they do that work, to supervise and to do that. It's a conversation that should be had. And it's an ongoing, it should be something that should be reviewed every year. It is something that's on our minds. And it is something that we'll continue to look at. But that's part of why there's, did that help answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there's a second part. And right hand behind that for the veterans exemptions and abatements.
Mhm.
I know the town has had that in place for quite a while.
Mhm.
Under chapter 115, which is not only assistance to veterans, but it's a whole set of laws governing. It allows up to $1,000
Mhm.
to the veteran. There is a matching state amount of 1,000. The state reimburses the town. I don't know if that has been happening. This year, with all the changes on the state law, the number is going to 2,500 from the state, payable in one lump sum payment, not every 6 months like it has been in the past. And they're going to remove the liability to the town, as I understand it. Have you heard anything to that?
You're talking about chapter 115?
I'm talking about the veteran abatement and
Okay.
exemption program
So-
in its entirety.
in its-
This
okay.
is, part of it is a spinoff to the HEROES Act, which the governor changed from what was originally proposed. Part of it is changes to the chapter 115, and part of it is just changes that
Right.
occurred that kind of happened in a little bit of a vacuum, but it happened.
Yeah. So I haven't heard anything different with the reimbursements for veterans on their exemptions for real estate.
Yep.
So the amount for for a 100% disabled veteran in Templeton, it's $1,000 off of their real estate taxes. And that is $125 that gets reimbursed back per veteran back to the town. And for a under 100% disabled veteran, it's $400 off of their taxes, and then it's just over $200 that gets reimbursed back. It's a different amount. I can't remember it off the top of my head there. But no, as far as the DOR has told us, those numbers, when the HEROES Act came out, they told us that even with the changes that were coming to it and the local options that were given, that, and it's expressly in the guidelines that the reimbursements for Any of the clause 22, small a through F, and then, big A through F, have not changed. Those reimbursement amounts stay the same according to statute.
Thank you for that. And again, this is one of those moving targets. The deeper you dig into it, the more you find out they slid something here, moved something there, and it's like, why? And then House 1 was delayed, so this really didn't hit the streets publicly for a little bit longer than it should have. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Cheryl.
Alright. So my quarter's typical. Not much changes in our office. Motor vehicle, real estate and sewer bills went out. The real estate went out the last week of June and we weren't able to put it on the sign because it was being utilized. So if you haven't received your real estate bill, just give us a call. We can send out another one or get one to you somehow. We had 69 MLC requests. That's a little lower than normal. So a lot of buildings not going on, like Justice said, it's just people just doing rehab in their houses and fixing what's there. Work continued on the tax lien properties. We mail out reminder notices on a regular basis and we get varying responses from that, but it does help collections quite a bit. So we try to keep that up pretty regularly. We had 2 properties paid off that were in land court, ready for foreclosure. We got them paid off. We didn't have to go through the foreclosure process. So that works out great. Back on the tax roll, things are just back to getting paid. So it works out good that way. I attended the yearly MCTA conference and school is coming up in August. So just so everybody's aware, the office will be closed Tuesday through Thursday, the 12th through the 14th. We'll have notices on, we'll post it on the website and put notices on the door and we will be out then. And then just the collections are at the bottom there, what we've got. And these are estimates because Jared hasn't gotten June done yet. So this is, they could vary quite a bit from what's here, but I did best with what I got for right now. Anybody have any questions?
I do not. Thank you, Cheryl.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Appreciate it.
Cheryl.
Hello.
Grace.
Did you guys get a copy of my report? I don't think it made it in the packet. I didn't realize it was, did you guys got a copy? You did? Okay, great. So then I'll just give a quick overview. Feel free to stop me with any questions or if you want me to go into anything in more detail. We currently have 5 active grant contracts. That includes Green Communities, the park grant, which is paying for the Hoyton Park rehabilitation, the Community Compact IT grant, which is paying for online permitting software for development services, the Community Transit Grant Program that paid for the new wheelchair accessible vehicle for the senior center, and the RDF grant, which is paying for the engineering on Berry Road. From those 5 active grant contracts, the park contract and the Community Compact IT contract came to an end at the end of FY25. So last quarter, I did some kind of preliminary kind of closing out those contracts, and I'll continue to finish that up through this quarter. I also submitted a new RDF application that was part of the One Stop for Growth program. If we're awarded, that was done on behalf of the water department. So that would pay for the engineering associated with replacing a little less than a mile of water main on Patriots Road. And then also submitted the MBI Digital Equity Implementation Grant. I actually didn't personally submit that. That was headed by MRPC. and Steve and the TCTV team did a great job putting that application together. Hopefully we should be receiving around $70,000, hopefully within the next few weeks, as soon as we receive a contract from MBI. We did have one application that was rejected in the last quarter. That was the Municipal Small Bridge Program. That application was for free engineering services to restore Stone Bridge to a vehicular structure. So that was rejected, and I believe the Stone Bridge Study Group would like me to reapply for that in the next round, which I would be more than happy to do. It never hurts to try again. So, any questions?
Anything from the board?
Yeah, the MRPC grant, the 70,000,
The digital equity.
yeah, how does that work? How does that work? Do we have to put in our own money to get it back? How does that work?
I do think that's a reimbursement grant. So MRPC will be able to stay on to help us with that implementation. So they have experience with that. They'll be able to help us out. I think we had talked about that coming from TCTV. The reimbursement is on like a 30 to 45 day cycle. So it goes pretty quick. And I believe, I'm actually not sure how frequently you can request that. But that would definitely be a conversation with MRPC and MBI.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Community services. Spot.
Hello. I apologize, the cultural council report was not in the packet. So,
Thank you.
just a side note for Graceland, we love the van at the senior center. It's fabulous, right?
It is.
Big game changer over there to have a beautiful new vehicle. So for the library, the stitching group worked on a few collaborative projects with Story Hour before they broke for the summer. They're definitely on track for next fall. It's been a great little group, and the collaboration with Story Hour has been phenomenal. They've made a couple of little projects to share with the kids, and it's been great. Story Hour concluded mid-June. We averaged 17 children per week. The mock monthly play group met at the library all last year, and they have continued to meet this summer, which has been really nice, because just when I thought I've seen every toddler in Templeton, I see some more. So they've brought different children in, and some of our regular Story Hour children have gone to mock to see what they offer. So it's been, again, a nice collaboration. The library trustees met twice this quarter. As you know, we have a renovation project planned. So one of their meetings, they conferred with the architect who's been working on our project from SSV. And one of our trustees is really good at reading plans and everything. So he was instrumental in our meeting with the cabinet making instructors from Monty Tech, who are going to be building some of our bookcases and window seats. So he was a big help with that. And we had an energy audit done through Net Zero, which was very thorough and really helpful, has a lot of good information and some potential for savings as the renovation project moves forward. So that's all from the library. Do you have any questions or?
You guys do a good job.
It's good to hear from the library.
Yeah, a busy little place, and we're thrilled about the renovation. We really are excited to see that happen. get the wiring updated, which will allow us to have mini splits and some air conditioning in the summer, which patrons and staff will appreciate. And just, yeah, really spruce the place up. So that's exciting.
Great to see Monty Tech's MVP coming into, I know that cabinet area is all part of that program. And
Yeah.
that was very amazing when I went to their grand opening.
Oh, okay, yeah. They've got another smaller project on the books for us before the renovation, the end of the school year. Mr. Bulger came with his students, most of whom were seniors, but they were still really engaged. You know, I've done a couple projects with them in Phillipston. Can't say enough. They do great work. They're enthusiastic and very affordable. They charge for the food. So, and the kids really, in Phillipston, they came back to see the project already installed and they just had a lot of pride, which was nice to see. I'll quickly do cultural council before I turn it over to Ryan. Lisa reported that they had their kickoff for the summer concert series. Ann Lyons has arranged to have the electronic sign at Narragansett advertise those, which is a big help to get the word out. The first church served strawberry shortcakes during the first band concert in appreciation for the town for the CPA funds that are being used on the building. Narragansett Tea, and as always, the council's looking for new members. So anyone who's interested in devoting a little time, they would like to have you. So. Ready.
Very nice.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Have a nice night.
Hello,
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good, okay. Lots of stuff going on this quarter at the senior center as always. Besides our regularly scheduled classes, we had a couple of veterans breakfasts that continues to grow. We offer a free breakfast on the first Tuesday for veterans in our community. The most recent one had 14 people come. When I started, we had maybe 6 or 7. So I feel like it's growing exponentially, which is fantastic. What else? We had sign language classes. We're off for the summer with that, but that continues to be really popular. We do social media discussions, paper quilling class. We did a Medicare fraud talk, an estate planning class. We have a monthly foot care clinic. My most favorite thing that happened this past quarter was we held our first senior prom. We got a really nice donation from somebody in the town that said, I just want you to throw a party. And so I kind of took that and ran with it. We had corsages, we had live entertainment, we had a professional photographer. I have some pictures if you want to look at them. Everybody had such a great time. Everybody got up and danced. Some of the ladies said they never got to go to their prom, and that was the first one they ever got to go to. So it was a very happy time that everybody is still kind of floating around about. So that was great. We continued to offer free tax preparation through AARP program. We also partnered with Narragansett. They threw us a senior fun day. So we brought our seniors to hang out with their seniors and did a bunch of physical activities, backgammon, like the whole 9, and everybody had a great time. Our monthly lunches were well attended and were accompanied by musical performances, including the Westminster Strummers, Davis Bates, and Solar Eclipse. We have a newly formed friends group that is up and coming to start fundraising to get some more programs for us. The COA met once this quarter. We had a trip to the Museum of Fine Arts that was enjoyed by everyone. And then our regular offerings continue to be weekly. We offer pitch, mahjong, yoga, card bingo, and our Stitchers group. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
You want to say the happy seniors?
Sure. So the new senior group that they're doing, that's a nonprofit separate from the town, is that correct?
Correct. They're just getting started. So they don't have anything
So,
officially
do
in
they-
place yet.
So do their members, they're different from the actual board of the COA? Because
Yes.
they can't be the same,
Correct.
okay.
Mhm.
And then they'll have like a site or something, did they tell you where they're gonna post their minutes and things like that?
Yes, they plan to.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Excuse me, if I may. The rides, I noticed you got 268 rides for the quarter. How is that? Is that increasing, decreasing, staying the same?
I think it's about the same. It decreases a little bit in the spring and summer months. Generally speaking, attendance dips a little bit at this time of year just because people are
Mhm.
outside. But like right now, I would say our rides are very low, but it is the dead of summer. So I think that also September will be a year for me, so I don't really have a lot to go off of.
Sure.
But Mart did decide that the free rides would continue. It was supposed to end at the end of June, but they said it's going to continue to be free until question mark. So
Let's keep that pushing that question mark.
yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
That reminds me too, so we appointed you to that board
Yes.
for the Mart, yeah.
Mhm.
Did you figure out where they meet and stuff?
Yeah, it's a Zoom meeting.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yep. Any other questions?
I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually,
Good afternoon. Good evening, rather. My name's George Andrews. I'm from the Knights of Columbus, number 2536 from Templeton, Mass. We're going to do our annual, what they call a boot drive on Saturday, October 11th. And we've already notified the chief. He's had no say yes or no. We always do it up at the Wellington Road, Dudley Road, and that intersection up there. And it's from 8 to noon. And usually there's about 5 of us up there. Is it what we call a Tootsie Roll Drive? They call it a boot drive because that's how it's listed here in the town. And we've been doing it for many years. So we're just would also like to have the 18th as a backup day in case that inclement weather on the 11th.
yes.
This is another one of the institutions in town. These have gone on as long as I can remember. So I would move to approve the boot drive for the Otter River Knights of Columbus to be held on 10/11/25, 8 to noon, with the rain date of 10/18/25, 8 to noon as presented, pending receipt of signed waivers of liability from each participant.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? On the motion, how'd you vote, Mr. May,
Yes.
Mr. Toth,
Yes.
Ms. Graves,
Yes.
Ms. Vasso?
Yes.
And yes. 7.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. You all on set.
Thanks, George.
And now we will get back to the agenda. Mr. Oki?
Between April and June, it was a very busy quarter. It's always very busy, the last quarter of every fiscal year, it seems. It was recertification for Chapter 115 benefits. This agent was extremely busy collecting all the required documentation to process the Chapter 115 benefits and send it up to state to June, or at the end for June to state. So each of these Chapter 115 veterans can get approved for state. Usually it takes state about 2 weeks to approve these benefits. And shockingly enough, the state approved all of 9 of our veterans in 2 days. So that was well. And so the warrants were able to get approved right away for these veterans. During this quarter, there was also flag placement that was a success, with great thanks to Mr. Brio, John Kaplis, the scouts, all the people that came out to participate, and Mr. Sozik. They all worked together. So that was a great success. I attended a week's training conference in June before the recertification to prepare for the new fiscal year and the recertification process, as there were a few changes that were made. In the months of April through June, this department paid out in Chapter 115 benefits a significant increase, $16,328 for the 9 veterans, and the town was reimbursed about $12,246. And then this department continues to grow in processing veteran benefits claims and assisting the needs and the veterans and their families in this community. And this continues to escalate as the months go on, and I don't see it slowing down, as you can see and hear by the finance people. So any questions?
I have no.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was almost interesting, huh? Good evening, folks. Okay, I wish I could say that the fourth quarter was uneventful for us, but I cannot do that. The town I'll be quick about this. The town meeting went well. We have to work on raising the stage speaker volume so you can hear yourselves up there. Thank you, Mr. Toth, for pointing that out to us. The Meet the Candidates video went very well. It ran smoothly. Thank you for taking part in that. And people were still meeting the candidates after the election, which I think was pretty good. We planned the video camps, but we can't do them this summer without a place. So maybe a holiday break camp, first week of January. We'll look into that once we're settled again. And obviously the Scout Hall lightning strike has disrupted schedules. I spent a couple weeks shuttling equipment back and forth. I usually call myself walking baggage claim with all the bags we carry, but I added a few boxes to that for a while as well. We're working shorter shifts in town hall conference room when we need to. And as I think I said before, we distributed the cameras to the crew and sent them out to cover local trails, and that because it's summertime and that's the time to do that. So we're making we're trying to make the most out of this and doing studio shoots at Wachusett Business Incubator in Gardner. They came online with their new place just in time for us. So we were lucky there. Unfortunately, the Comcast TV subscribers numbers are down again. I gave you a little table here that shows the losses. Column D is the non-cable TV households. And if you know that we get virtually all of our funding from cable TV subscribers. So with the cable TV subscribers plummeting as they are, so is the cable revenues, and we are in trouble. No other way to put it. And I hope that you can put us on an agenda soon so we can discuss ways and that we can be funded. We have some ideas about that. Everyone wants to be creative about budget now, and I think we have some creative ideas that we can help the town and stay afloat.
So I do have updated figures on the 2 cells at the bottom that weren't filled in. I didn't have them at the time we submitted this. The town clerk has provided me with the households numbers for, these are actually current, 3,776. So according to the Comcast figures, there will now be 2,174 non-cable TV households, 500 more than cable subscribers. And this only flipped in the last year. That's how quickly we're losing. If you look at column E, you'll see starting in 2019, lost about 25 to 50 to 100 to 200. And that's when I started sounding the red alarm. I mean, we've known this is going to happen for a while now, since, we talked about this back in 2016, but it's, certainly accelerated. It plateaued a little bit, but it's not like it leveled off. We're still losing subscribers every year and can expect to do the same because people are still moving to streaming. I mean, streaming.
Yeah, they
I'm
are.
streaming.
Yeah.
And this is an equity issue. And I find it very ironic that the state wants me to get equity for everyone, including 40 outbuildings that are filled with tractors and livestock, and turns a blind eye to cable TV subscribers. This is an equity issue. They're paying virtually all our bills. And we need to be able to get more revenue from that. So please put us on an agenda and I'll go through our business plan and what we can do. I would really appreciate that. I think we have to have these conversations before the next budget cycle. Speaking of that, we're kicking off sponsorships. We have a couple sponsors ready to hop aboard, and channel sponsorships will be announced soon. And in the media business, as they say, there are more in the pipeline. So we're getting some good response for that. But again, this is, pennies on the dollar. This is going to net us a few $1,000s at most. And hopefully the channel sponsors, I think for TCTV, we'll probably max out at about 30,000 in sponsorships. And that doesn't help us too much. So other productions, TCTV News, certainly the YouTube shorts that we've been doing have proved very popular. You'll see below in the metrics. Montechusett TV is growing. We need Montechusett.tv to grow exponentially so it can provide revenue for TCTV. That's been the plan all along. And the digital equity grant, as Graceland was pointing out, is certainly appreciated. But I will remind everyone that this is work above and beyond what we are already budgeted for. And we're 53,000 short in personnel this fiscal year. So I don't know how that's going to work. And I'm going to look for guidance on how a reimbursable grant like this works. I don't think it should be coming out of TCTV's money. We don't have enough for it to be able to do that and to do everything else that we do. So I hope a separate account can be set up. I'm not sure how reimbursement grants work like that. I understand after 6 months, they will reimburse you. I was hoping this would start on July 1st, and I would front load a lot of the labor to try to get some of that back by the end of the year. But we don't have enough. We can't put it any other way. However, we're growing. So the analytics prove that out. The YouTube channel, we're on track for 60,000 views this year. That's I think up from 48,000 in the last year. The big popular videos right now are the news bites. Bob, you beat out Tonka toys. That's an accomplishment. I think some people on our staff never thought that would happen over the quarter. And the teapots in the tea garden was very good too. And Meet the Candidates video, obviously. I wish the town meeting live stream did a little bit better, but that's okay. And the TCTV news feed. Facebook has weird analytics, and the views are really kind of like all the thumbnails that are sent out. So that's your entire universe. And the reach is more the views. So I concentrate on the reach. I would like to concentrate on the bigger numbers. But the reach is what I really think is important, and that's up. And if you look at the most popular posts, unfortunately, the lightning strike was the top one. And but I'm encouraged that TCTV News. I was surprised to see a CPC meeting recap and Conservation Commission. I think the CPC meeting was about the library renovation in Houghton Park, and I'm encouraged by that. I think by this and our news feed on Facebook, we're basically running a newspaper on Facebook, and we're a news station now. I think we've become that. The Montechusett TV website is growing, as I said. It's still small at 2,000 visits a month, but we have a nice even split with new and returning users. People spend ample time on the site, which is more than most sites, and those are marketable for that. The Facebook is still small. It's up a lot. Alex is doing a great job with it, and Alex and Ian are getting out in communities, taking photos of things, tagging photos, we're making friends, and all those, in my view, are future proud sponsors of Montechusett.tv. So we're now trying to devise ways to create that sales network and keep it going. So that is my report.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Bob.
I got a question for you related to the Montechusett TV. How long would you guesstimate that would be until that becomes a positive in dollars and cents at the present, with the present plan?
Well, I hope within the next year, we're making money on it. And that's the plan. And as far as being able to help fund TCTV, we have a 3 to 5 year plan. And it may take 7, but and that's what I want to present to you, is a 3 to 5 year plan to make TCTV and the cable department really sustainable. And Montechusett TV is a big part of that. It has infinite potential. We just have to get the views up. There are 250,000 people in this region that we could reach. And it gets good reviews. We just have to reach them now. And then we're ready with an ad platform for it. However, we need to be able to take money online for that. And that's where you're going to get a memorandum of understanding with us and WBI. And WBI, Wachusett Business Incubator, responded last year to an RFP for a partnership in this, and the memorandum of understanding is the result of that. We need them to be a fiduciary for this, because we need to be able to take payments on PayPal, and this town does not do that. So to answer your question now, 3 to 5 years, and that's why we've asked for this town support for that long as an investment to get us going with that. And it has to be aggressively done. We haven't been able to do that yet because we do so many other things. But it
Thanks,
has
Dave.
infinite potential. And my goal is that it could be, because it's also for businesses to be on there, we have to build that up as well. It could be a, I forget what you call it now, I'm drawing a blank, but businesses could sell products on that and we could get a cut of it. E-commerce, excuse me. And I know our web developer said that they would be interested in helping us with that and partnering with us on that. And that's where I think it really has infinite potential. That and digital signage, if we can get that going too. I think that has a lot of potential. Those I believe we can have a lot of revenue streams, but those two are going to be our 2 big rivers, in my view.
Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome.
Well, the revenue stream, Chair, the revenue streams, it's like anything. The problem with municipals is that there's so many guidelines that you can't have PayPal and you can't have this, and that's where the deadlocks happen. So if you see, like you see with the senior center, how they've now did a Friends. So that's how they're going to now bring in money so they can do other things. And that's what Steve's basically doing with this Montechusett. We're partnering with them, and that's basically the equivalent of Friends if people don't understand that. So it's basically them trying to find a way to bring in money because they can't do a PayPal and they can't do, if they could just do a PayPal, or if you're like or you're taking credit cards and being able to take those donations and those sponsorships on certain platforms, that the streamline comes like this. But when you can't, it's just you're hitting your head against the wall.
Mhm.
And you have to find partners like they did with the senior center with the Friends. You either have to go and make a group and do it outside the box, and then they have to give the money back as a donation. And that's the problem with municipals. But the other problem is having, we voted on a budget, and the other problem that I look at is the 53K shortage. If TCT runs with the pretensions that the town's gonna give up $53,000, it's not happening. It's not in the budget, it wasn't provided, so it has to run with the shortfall like every other department does. That's my scary thought on how that's being run. And then you get the 70K reimbursement. That was something that we've talked about with the getting a grant writer and having some kind of revolving account. Again, we can get money and we can get ourselves some money, but if we don't have a way to work it, and so many of the grants we're getting, not just this grant, reimbursement grants, like the Houghton Park grant is based on CPC providing that front money. So we need to have a grant writing type of revolving account for these type of things. Otherwise, we're gonna lose out in the town and we're gonna lose out on money. So these are the money issues that go with having some of our things, from the senior center to the Great Works at the senior center, the Great Works at TCTV, all of these things, they all are having the same issues. And it's all that wall that, and us as a town, they're not hard fixes. Because if you, just like the gentleman said today to us, if you think out of the box, and that's what the seniors are trying to do, that's what Steve's trying to do. But we also, as a town, need to support that. We have to support it legally and figure out how we cannot always put getting an account for the grant writer, for the things like that. Having to put some investment money into account that can be borrowed off of, and then the money comes back into those accounts. That will be helpful for TCTV if they go and get some more grants like this. Like, I don't know where the 70K reimbursement's coming from. I mean, we have a very tight budget. I mean, we barely could get, other towns did like Proposition 2.5 and stuff. We didn't do any of that. We lived within our means. We passed a budget. It's very tight, and there were cuts in it. Every department has a cut. Everything didn't move along, and everybody has to live within that. And whatever we're getting in for revenues is what we're getting in for revenues. We can't make more revenues if we don't. You just can't make something out of nothing, you have to,
Trying.
yeah. So, I mean, this is teamwork. This is a village. This is everybody in the whole town. We have to come together, think out of the box, and figure out how to come up with these plans and vote for them and be creative. It is there. I've done it with Parks and Rec, so I know it can be done. You have to just be able to sit there and be able to have the faith. And I can see our town really coming together in some of these things. And I really think that TCTV is a wonderful source. So we want to make sure they can work within, but they got to work within their means what we give them right now. Unfortunately, that's just the way we're at. I just can't, I don't know where, I mean, I've looked at the books. I don't know where extra money is, or is that something that has to be voted on the floor in May, to do a grant writing account or something. So these are things we need to think about without having, different issues with our staffing and our big level staffing. These are things that the select board, we're going to have to try to help move along and try to help the town. So hopefully people will also, that are really smart, will help us too with that thinking.
For this year, we should have some left over that will go into retained earnings, and I would hope that you would allow me to go back to fall town meeting and ask for that money.
Well, I wish the government would take that money that they're supposed to do on those boxes and give that to the, that fee that they want to give to the boxes, give that to, as the shortfall, help with that. Like you got the meal tax, well, now they're gonna have the box tax, so if you have a streaming box or whatever at your house, no matter what, it's not just cable, it's gonna be all of them, they're gonna be charged with that. that tax, why is that tax not coming back to the, to something that we use where it says this is an emergency, this is where that system is, it's all on
And that's hung up.
community television.
Up in the State House. for
Right,
the
we're,
fourth
getting on
consecutive year.
track of quarterly reports. We're getting into
Thank you.
budget stuff that is not.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Steve. I will be in touch with you, for the 27th meeting, the goal stuff and everything for. the
Thanks.
presentation.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item up, Mr. Solzek. Public Services.
Good evening, Board. Bob Sozak, Director of Public Services in Templeton. Here to give you a fourth quarter report for FY 25. On the highway side, continual rail mowing, ongoing pothole repairs. The street sweeper, we tried to start early, we had a few breakdowns and parts are back ordered, but it's back in service and out there now. Royalston Road, we shimmed and leveled throughout the length of the road. Sounds like the residents are pretty happy for the time being. School Street project is just about completed. I know they're working on the final punch list, working with Ty and Bond and Caracas. That should be done shortly. There was only a couple items left. We hired a new highway foreman, Kevin Deserex. He's working out well. Brought him up a couple meetings ago to introduce you to him. The two new 750s that we got through ARPA money are both in service. The catch basin truck was out on Berry Road working with Ty and Bond to do their field work. Ty and Bond has been out there for 5 days for the design and engineering of Berry Road, doing surveying the cross culverts and catch basin and manholes. We actually had a meeting with them today, Graceland and myself. A mechanic is still out with shoulder surgery, probably gonna be another 4 weeks or so. We finally getting a software program established, having a secretary now and a foreman on board. Getting ready to go live with the tablets for the highway guys, which they're gonna receive their work orders through. And the mechanic has already been billing up his part of it. Once this is plateaued, I got the rep coming out with the software company, do a final training with the guys. Now we have a full crew. Then we'll be focusing on implementing the town buildings and its assets. Street sign replacement program that's been going on for several years, complete. We did one driveway permit, 2 trench permits, and 1 road cut permit. Any questions on highway?
Mhm.
Through the chair.
Good work.
Bob, you're saying they're finally getting the software program. This is the one we bought a couple of years ago. Is the training at the same price, or are they making an adjustment? They gonna
No.
honor what we originally had them on board with?
He knows I've been shortfall of secretary for several months and then foreman, so he's been working great with us. And
Okay. Thank you.
right now he's working with the new foreman and the secretary, doing Zoom meetings.
If I might, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, just a simple question. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. On the street sign replacement being completed, when that started, I think that was either an $85,000 one-time program or
No,
$7,000.
Kind of set up as, it was like $7,500 each budget season.
Right, that's what I was getting at, that I think it was either 85,000 or we did it in $7,500 per year.
Right.
And do you know how much we've spent on the overall program so far?
I would have to add on, because as the years went on, the steel and everything went up, so
Mm-hmm.
you're probably closer to 90, 95.
Just curious on that, that's all. Thanks.
Moving on to buildings and grounds.
One.
Yep.
One more thing. You give us an update on the culvert on Whitney Street?
Yep, I actually, I've been monitoring, Whitney Road Street on, the Gardner, side. The beavers have been real active over on the Gardner side, and I actually went over and met the new director in Gardner today and explained how it affects us over there. The guy that I dealt with last time, he's on vacation, and he took it out. They're gonna try to get another emergency permit to remove the dam. And he's supposed to get back to me on that, how he's making out. I was planning on doing it, toward the end of August, beginning of September. Several guys are taking vacations right now. And now with the beavers, hopefully everything's gonna line up in play, so I wanna get that out of my hair.
Guardrail replacement,
Where?
Hutchinsville Road, Club Road, here. That money was in, you bought guardrail for that.
For the corner.
Well, you emailed, when I asked you about the purchase of the guardrails.
Yeah.
Your email was Hutchinsville Road at Club Road.
Right.
Are you gonna do anything up at the Four Corners, the South Main?
No, I didn't figure nothing in at the moment with that. I had money in the budget, so I authorized that. Bartlett does the work, and I actually just followed up with the work they did on Dudley Road from an accident. They're backed up, and they're getting them done as soon as they can. But, well, we have a lot of guardrail that needs a lot of attention everywhere.
Okay, I just, like I said, I remembered seeing that. in the
Yeah,
warrant.
I didn't figure that intersection of South Main and Partridgeville.
Thank you.
On building grounds, the spring cleanup went very well. The cemeteries, town buildings, and open spaces. Excuse me. They finished service and mowers and related equipment. BG2, which is a swamp loader, went back to the dealer for warranty work. Getting estimate from the software company to add town buildings to the asset program, like I explained on the highway side. There is some limitations what I can put in there. If we want to go further, there's probably gonna be a small fee. Pine Grove and Green Lawn had some reseeding and fertilizing done. They planted 2 silver linden trees at Pine Grove by the roadside near the fence. Crew's been working hard preparing for Memorial Day with all the rain we had. Seemed to go pretty good for what we had to work with. Skull Hall, excuse me, as you know, was hit by lightning in June. That time working with Service Master on the water damage. Met the insurance just a couple of times, working on the scope of work that needs to be done so it can go out to bid. Service Masters have completed their demoisturizing and water damage. The asbestos abatement's been done. You guys voted on to keep the cupola, so the insurance justice came out again. There was a couple of them. We assisted them with the bucket truck to get up there and take a good look at it. At that time, they told me probably be a week or two, they would have a value of damage and prepare a scope of work for it to go out the bid. I just emailed them asking where we stand, because I haven't heard from them. Haven't got a reply back, but right now it's in the adjuster's hands. We had 5 internments, 1 foundation, 4 markers, 3 online cemetery inquiries, 10 phone inquiries, 9 flag duties.
Question, um, on the software. You state you're getting an estimate from the software company to add buildings and assets. This went to town meeting, May of 23. Article 24, it was 40,942. And when you presented this to Capital, for the a kickoff program, the first year with startup was 20,000. The second year was 8,400. The third year was 8,820. And going through the presentation, it will do buildings, fixed assets, track inventory, parts, materials. So I'm wondering why, did $40,000 buy us work orders and maintenance list? Is that all we got?
No, like I said, I'm able to do some town assets of the buildings. You know, like the roof is gonna be, need to be replaced. That's such a year, or we replace roof this year, new furnaces, oil tanks, electrical upgrades, stuff like that. We can do that stuff. If we wanna do more than that, there's gonna be an additional cost.
So what did 40,000 buy us? The base entry model?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
it
this
was presented that.
right,
it
I
would-
just said we can enter some town building assets. And I explained that at a capital meeting, assets. But this software program, the sky's the limit on how much you wanna grow. I know the sewer department's incorporated with it now too. All other departments can use it, but there's a fee if you're gonna expand. We just got the basic package for highway and buildings and grounds.
So you can't inventory and check all of the buildings, all town buildings?
Yes, but I can't list 5 desks, the building, the power, the furnaces, the heat, construction. I can't list this 30 chairs in this room and no, I can't do that. It's for building maintenance and keep track of the buildings and what is gonna be needed, what has been done. It's not all pencil, pen, chairs and desks.
That was a lot of money just for basic stuff.
And I explained it that way, Jeff.
It was
for
presented
building.
that it would do all this other stuff. That's all I have. The other member of the board have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
God, we've already done. Item G, foreclosed properties. So, yes.
So about a week or so ago, I got a call from, an email from, the attorney. And I have a couple more houses in foreclosure that we will have access to. One is in 4 to 6 weeks, one's 2 to 4 months. They have to send the person a letter and then give him some time. But these are gonna fall under the new legislation. I can put them on hold indefinitely right now, or I can move forward with them. That's what he's waiting for a decision on. If we move forward, we have to follow all the new rules. Get an appraisal, get a real estate agent. We have to decide once we get judgment from land court, we have 14 days to decide whether we want to buy them or sell them. These are homes, so I don't have no plans on that we would keep them. We have to make that decision, and then the ball would have to roll pretty quick from there. We can't, once we get these, we can't dilly-dally. There's time limits and constraints for all this stuff. So right now I have those two, and if you want, I can move forward, or if you think we should hold off on these going forward, I can have him put everything on hold. Because they're gonna start coming quick.
Mr. Chair.
And it's gonna be, we're not gonna have time to move.
And I
So if you say move forward with them, I would say in another meeting or two, I can give you the information on them, and we would need to decide, do you want to buy them or sell them when we get judgment? Because we'll only have 2 weeks, and if there's not a meeting or something, I don't want to make you guys have to do a special meeting just to make a decision, but
And I understand that we're supposed to create an account to put the excess money
yes.
aside, like an escrow type
Mhm.
thing, until
They have a year to come back and request any excess if there is any.
all of the expenses.
Correct, right.
Lasting.
So we can recoup anything that it cost us. The attorney, the real estate agent, we can recoup all those funds. It's just, we have to, anything over and above will have to be put into an account, yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may? Cheryl, one question I have. Have you received anything in your communications to give us an idea of what the, let's say, cost per one of these units would be to facilitate, like, what you were saying with the 14 days and getting the real estate and getting the appraisal done and so forth, to actually process
I know,
these? Do we have
Yeah.
any?
because even all the classes we go to, this is all new, so there's something at every single one of them. Who's doing what? A lot of people are not putting anything into foreclosure. They're just holding off right now. The tax lien will go on anything past due from 2025. That's a new process as well. We will still do that because that's what protects the town. But a lot of towns aren't moving anything into foreclosure. I haven't heard anybody that's gone through the process yet. I think they could fall into procurement law rules too, depending on what these things are gonna cost. So yeah. It's gonna be a lot. They didn't take the towns into consideration when they made this new legislation at all. It's gonna be very costly to us upfront. And then once it's with the real estate agent, it can sit there a year. If it doesn't sell, then we can go to auction a year later. But it has to sit there for a year if it doesn't sell.
No matter which way we sell that, if we sell it, outright to a realtor or we sell it at an auction, we're still obliged to retain the equity.
Yes, any
keep it.
excess, correct.
Cheryl, you had said, I had talked to you, you had said, that we need upfront money costs for some of this stuff. And you didn't know where we were getting said upfront money costs.
Right. I mean, it's gotta come from somewhere. I mean, in the long run, I would love to have, I don't know what you want to call it, revolving account, if we can change the name of the demolition account. The money that I collect now, maybe we can keep the interest that's collected or the fees that I put out for the attorney to do some of this stuff. If I could recoup those into a fund to keep processing this stuff. I mean, the tax is the tax, it's got to be paid, it goes to the tax. But interest and the attorney fees are above what's, if I collect it before it goes to foreclosure, there's a lot of interest that I'm accruing and collecting. If we could get that money thrown into a fund to continue the work, then maybe that would build up a little bit and we can not have to worry about, and let's just move them. Have that money up front but that's a down the road
Then
thing
you
right
could,
now.
you could manage it better because you know what you have and
Right, correct, yeah.
Do you think that the demo, doing a combo, adding a piece to the demolition account so that that money could well, at one point, we had a revolving account that had a couple of different things in it, and then they took them away. Is that a proper place to park that money?
I don't know if it should just be
Or
a
have it
tax
known.
title account or if it should be combined. We just need some way to recoup what I'm collecting.
You
I
can
think we're
recoup it.
doing fairly well collecting.
Right,
If I could recoup some of the money that I am collecting to continue doing this, then we can knock some of these things off of here and just get them back on the tax roll.
it's just like the grants, you just need you need money.
Right.
Keep on rolling it over to do the next thing, to the next thing.
Yeah.
So putting that money in and the next thing, otherwise, again, we can't go forward and we can't move, we definitely 100% need a account to do that.
Right. So right now, I just need to know if you would like to move forward. Is that something, should we continue moving this stuff through land court? Because it's gonna be a lot of work once we get it, to get rid of these things. I hate to have them sitting there, but
And we don't have an upfront number of how much money we need to put up to actually,
yeah,
because we have to get a realtor.
we gotta get them.
And ideally getting somebody that's not like in our area, so,
Right.
because we have a lot, like people have been on boards that are realtors and family members that are
That's
realtors
one of
that
the
have been,
stipulations that you
that are
cannot do.
employees of our town, we really have to
It
go
was
up.
in the packet and I have extras if anybody
Mhm.
wants an actual copy, but yeah, it's gonna be costly, I think.
Yeah. I mean, where do we get how do we do that? How do we get that? I mean, I don't know. I'm new. How do you get upfront money to allow her to foreclose, to do the process and then recoup it back? It's not like you're putting it up, but you're gonna be getting it back, right? So you need to put up the front cost to get rid of it so that, and then you roll it over and you keep on building on it. But that first seed money for those first ones is
Right, and
crucial.
we don't know I don't know.
Yeah. So once we vote on this, the clock goes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if you tell me to move them, I will have one he told me 4 to 6 weeks. We should receive final judgment.
Mr. J.
Yes.
Go ahead. Just from reading this and listening to Cheryl, I would think that it sounds more of a prudent course to take by putting them on hold for the present time and not just sit around, but while we determine how we're going to process them in the future and what we need to do to be able to do that, as far as, how we're going to process it and how we're going to pay for it. And set that up prior to being willing to take any of these, because it sounds like once we take them, we pull the trigger and we're set. And then
It's ticking.
becomes problems for us if we don't hit the marks.
I went looking for an example of how to set something up, try to not reinvent the wheel, but
Right.
There's nothing out there yet.
No,
they're not out there yet.
Here, we might be the pioneers if we
Great.
want to do it. If we want to be the one, someone's got to be the pioneers, right?
And
Got to do it.
setting up setting up an account or something, I'll have another discussion with DOR, but, cause if you don't do that right, you get in trouble with.
Yeah.
Cause, and that's one of the things, generally speaking, all revenue comes in to the town, belongs to the general fund, unless you set something up and have a town meeting vote to place it here,
Right.
create something and put it there. So I would not want to blindly just say, do it. There will be.
No,
liens,
and I
so
wouldn't expect you to.
there will be a tax lien on them, so there will be that safety
Correct.
catch for us to
Which we've seen people slip through the
To-
loopholes.
actively work on this, and I wish I could find it. I wish there was a town that had.
Yeah,
But I,
that's fine. I
Nobody
mean,
wants to do it.
when Carter was here, he had gotten me some money each year, a little bit increasing. That's gone. I have maybe $1,100 left of that money. We've been pursuing this stuff lately, and we've been making headway though. I mean, like I said, I had 2 in this quarter that went to land court. They got their letters, it was ready to go, and they came in and paid off. So that's the best case scenario.
the 3 that was at the special town meeting back in October, those.
Yeah, that was my next.
Those are the old, under the old rule, correct?
Correct. So we can auction those. Well, we had the auctioneer here, 2 of you sat through the auctioneer. He was ready. And then I got put on hold and I need some things done. Royalston Road needs to be cleared. We need to be able to get people there. The auctioneer needs to be able to get people there to see the property. We couldn't even see it from the road when we went out. The one on Patriots, if we could clean it out, we'd probably get more money for it. So that would be a bonus. We don't know how safe it is to go in there right now. It's Lori and I went over, that was her cleanup day. They did the outside. We looked in the windows, it's full. I called a 1-800 gut junk, just to try to get an estimate, and where it's a whole household of stuff, he said it's by the truckload, but I'd have to come out and look. So when Lori's back next week, I'm gonna see if maybe we can get over there and get in, change the locks and see what we're dealing with, and see if I can get him to come over and at least give me a ballpark. It really should be cleaned out. It doesn't have to be, but it would sell better if people could go in there and see it empty. And then we have one other one that we're still trying to get someone out, so. But those can be auctioned off at any time. We need to clean them out. The auctioneer needs to be able to get to Royalston. And so that, in the other one, if we could clean it out, would be a big help.
Again, Chair, money issues.
No, not with the auction,
Well,
because,
clearing out
oh, yes,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah,
and the junk.
right.
Yeah, so we need money. We don't have money to do that, right?
Right,
So we would need to know the numbers and then figure out where we're getting the money.
yeah. Again, it's gonna get recouped,
Right.
but we gotta put it out. But the auction would go quick. It wouldn't be like we're sitting around waiting for a house to sell. It's either gonna go or then it's town property. So,
Is this the kind of money that you use, like what I mean, I don't know. Is this the kind of money that you can do from the advisory with the emergency, or is there like account or something? I'm not really sure how we do that.
So you said that anything over the money that goes into like an escrow account, for a year, and if it's not claimed, then it goes to
we have to turn it to over unclaimed money. We don't get to keep it. Nope.
Alrighty then, this will be on hold and.
Okay, I'll put those 2. Is there something we can do to push these through for the auction? What's my next step? Because the auctioneer was gung ho. And I was put on hold that we don't have the resources to go clear Royalston. I mean, I could Cleaning out the house, I could probably pay for out of my budget. I'm thinking it's not gonna be exorbitant. But again, once I pay that money out, I don't recoup it.
Yeah.
So I hate to put the
Mhm.
money out if I'm not gonna have it. We're only in July. I don't know what my,
Is it necessary to clean it out?
no, not necessary, what, we may get more for it, and I'd like to cover the taxes. These have been vacant and in the town possession for so long that the taxes that are owed are quite a bit. So I'm hoping we get enough to cover what was there. And we probably won't have to pay out to someone. So if we, we can, any work that's done can be, if Bob's guys had to go clear the land, yeah, they're spending their time, but again, whatever hours they put, we can recoup. All that is, we gotta be diligent about writing down every little thing we do. Changing the locks on the door, whatever it costs, add it on. So, but I'd like to move those three if we can. I don't know what we need to do to move forward, but
Town meeting has approved.
I'll have
Yeah.
to meet with Lori and perhaps this could be on the agenda with a way to do it.
yeah, I mean, could they come out of the demolition fund? The clearing and the emptying of the house. Again, we don't need to empty it, it's just gonna get more money and be easier for the auctioneer to sell.
I'm just looking at ways without town meeting vote.
That's the
Well,
trick.
they were, I mean, the houses went to vote and was approved to sell.
These
Yeah.
won't,
We
yeah.
did not need that vote. That did not have to go to town meeting. That was a delay tactic as far as
That's a good one.
But we would need to go to town meeting to change like anything. If we need to change the demolition account, reword that would have to go to town meeting.
I didn't know what the
So many
scope of
things.
the demolition account was.
Yeah, and then-
Demolition, as it says,
That's it?
it's a fenced fund.
Chair,
Yeah.
okay,
And we don't, I can't tell you, and I'll bet you can't tell me how much money's been put back into that
yeah,
after 10 Pleasant Street.
yeah. I don't,
So-
yeah.
2,000.
There's not a lot of houses for sale, definitely not a lot of foreclosures in the area. I know there's people that have been looking, so I think, anybody that wants to buy a house in town will be willing to clear it out themselves to.
Yeah. We just,
But they.
I would like to get enough to cover the taxes that we've lost, if I can.
In my opinion, I think you would.
Yeah,
With the market being as high as it is right now. I don't know
But
what
that-
the odor.
do that
But I
house
don't
even
think
have a
I-
roof on it?
What do we
On
got?
Royalston?
On Royalston, I couldn't even get close enough to it.
Is that the one
Yep.
that you can't get to? Like, it's really
Can't see
thick.
it.
How many feet back from the road that you can't get through?
It's at least.
If you can get,
Right, is that like is that like a drone thing? Maybe they can't go, maybe you just drone it so they can see it, right? On
I'll have to get with
television.
Lori so that we can
yes,
get in, and I don't want anybody going in there if it's not safe.
I will, and I will meet
Okay.
up with Lori when she comes back on vacation.
Okay, yeah,
I have a couple of thoughts, but I want to speak with Lori.
okay, yeah.
See, and, we could possibly have a working solution on the 13th.
That sounds good.
Hmm.
Cause I'll see the auctioneer at school and I'm sure he's gonna give me grief.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, thank
What
you.
is our
Thank you,
rate?
Cheryl.
Yeah, I appreciate your time.
16. August,
Next, this is kind of closing the barn door after the house. This would be to declare these items surplus that are currently up for auction.
Hi again, Bob Souza, Public Service. So, as you know, the auction's going on. I do wanna apologize because the auctioneer, I met him a couple of weeks ago, he came out and we were working on an inventory list. I said, I'll put it together and email it to me so I can present it to the board. I come back from the weekend and found out it was already posted. So I called him. He did apologize and till tonight, we pushed the date out until the 28th. You all have the inventory list of the surplus. So this is what's in the auction. It is online. If you go to templetonma.gov, you can click on the auction link and see everything that's listed and people bidding on it. If you don't understand the website, you're gonna see each item listed. You'll see highest bidder, and then the next line, I believe down is minimum bid. The minimum bid is that's what the next bidder has to bid to be the highest bidder. Some items are $1 increments, some are $5, some are $10, some are $100. And we also, if you approve the surplus list, we also need to decide to have someone close out the auction if the surplus list passes Monday night. In the past, it's been the board voted to have me do it, but the board, anybody from the board can do it, or the town administrator. It's your decision on who you want to close out the auction. So the first thing I would recommend you guys do is go through the surplus auction, and whether you agree or disagree, or then we can go from there.
This list is inclusive of what's on the site right now, right?
Yeah, yeah. Over the year, well, every time we collect stuff, if it's crafts or tables or furniture, we've been using the basement of the senior center. And the equipment is all brought up to DPW. And I sent an email out about a month prior to a couple of emails to each department asking if they have anything. So when the auctioneer does come out, we can go through it and list it. We haven't had one in 2 years. We didn't have one last year. We had one the year before. If everything's agreed upon, I think you guys will probably have a pretty good year this year. I think you're gonna be looking probably close to 40,000 when all said and done.
Just land and. I looked the items on the auction and, you know, there's people bidding on them.
Yes.
A lot of the smallest, I know, like the crafts, I know. People are waiting to the end because they're gonna put their number in and win the bid. I have several people calling, reaching out. They come out to inspect whatever equipment they're interested. I have a guy coming from Maine Friday to look at a piece of equipment. So it's been busy with people checking it out.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Bob, I was looking over the list and I have looked on the site briefly. Questions I had that came up, the stainless steel tables, the 3-pot sink, the griddle, the water cooler, the Youngstown kitchen unit, were any of those items that had been earmarked and held aside for the senior center kitchen?
Well, the sink came out of here when they remodeled the kitchen. There was a 3-basin sink and 2 or 3 prep tables, stainless steel, that were at the senior center forever and a day. They were in the actual kitchen in it that hasn't been remodeled, which is being done now. So we moved them down into the basement. With that being said, I don't know who donated them to the senior center for use of the future kitchen. And when we come down to the architect and Lachelle, there's different grades of stainless steel.
Yep.
And currently the 3-bay sink and the prep tables, they're all pitted. And they figure it would be not worthwhile trying to refurbish them versus replace them with new.
Cost more than.
So I know that there's different grades of stainless, so, I mean, the legs are all, they got rust, and being in a food environment, food safe area, they recommend that they go with new. If
Where were those things at?
the what?
Those tables and sink and stuff? Where did you find those?
in the kitchen.
Well, when I come here, a little over 6 years ago, they were in the kitchen itself. And just before construction started, we moved them, now they're in the basement.
Mr. Chair, I've seen them. They're really bad shape. There's no way you would do new construction and put those things in. They were bad. Even the sink was not, like, none of that stuff was,
Yeah,
yeah.
the sink was, I think it was 10 feet long, I think it was.
Yeah, it was long,
Put
yeah.
in the kitchen.
Yeah, it was longer than the actual plans.
It was a good thought back in the day, whoever.
Yeah.
I think the intent was there, but,
Correct.
and that was back in 2000.
And they've been undercover, so it's not like. They were never-
Yeah, 2013, when the school left here for a while, then wherever they went, and, so it's been,
As I know, they've always been at the senior center.
so it's been 12 years more. They've been floating around a long time.
Sure. Never mind.
Chair. Mayor.
Just had a question for Mr. Sosik and kind of a comment on the general list here. But this is when you said you emailed the department heads, and this, what is on here is what they gave you as their items.
Not really, nothing came from the town hall except the last year or so when they redid the kitchen. The only one that I got anything from was the fire department, brought up the fire department pickup. And the rest of the stuff, if my guys emptied out something, like when you guys got new chairs, all those chairs are in the auction. Which we brought over. And I also asked if anybody wants anything,
Mhm.
they're welcome to it, so.
Okay, because I just, it's like this would be a great item to have the inventory list for that we've talked about. Because like, just as an example, I look on here and I see the 4-inch fire hose that's on here.
I think it's-
And there's a 50-foot or 100-foot length there, and we replaced, within the last few years, we replaced thousands of feet
Right,
of
that's.
fire hose.
But this is a section of hose I got from, I think, emergency management. In case we need to protect some hydraulic hoses or something.
Yeah.
The only thing it's worth is the aluminum couplers on the end, which go in the middle dumpster.
Mhm.
But it's listed, so whatever doesn't go, and I think might go in the next auction. I'll make a list of stuff that they're gonna sell to present to you to your authorization, whether to scrap it or dispose of it, or hang on to it for the next one.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Bob. You answered the question I had next. Good.
So, Mr. Chair, this list, when was it, like, when did you have the final list? Like, how long ago did you know what items were gonna go and be auctioned
Well,
off?
this stuff's been in the building, and growing for a couple of years.
Right,
But
but
the actual list wasn't done till, just before, I don't know what week it was, but 2.5 weeks was when I got the list.
I'm just curious on why this list wasn't brought to us and put on our agenda a while ago. before the auction actually took
Well,
place.
like I said, I apologize and he apologized. He was coming out to do this list. And we were gonna hook up that following week to go over it. He ended up posting it, me not knowing it, and I called him and he apologized and we extended the date. And this is where we are tonight.
I just want to make sure this doesn't happen again. The items aren't sold. Or they're approved.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to approve the list of declared surplus items to be sold at auction and for Bob to be the
Close out the.
closeout. Thank you for that.
Motion. Second. On a motion, any discussion, any further discussion? Hearing none. On the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
No.
Basil?
Yes.
I am yes. 30. Thank you, Rob. The next item is Scout Hall and the Emergency Management Building operating costs. Back when the board was initially presented with the fiscal 26 budget, the town administrator had presented the board with the idea that we would close up mothball Scout Hall and the EMD building. And then the board had discussion on it. A couple things were the insurance cost of having unoccupied buildings, shutting the heat and so forth off. And the fact that Scout Hall, the inside was pretty much a brand new building. So at a meeting, we made adjustments through estimates of increase the revenue of local receipts a little bit. And we funded we've told that we were needed about $10,000 and we found that so that we could provide the heat and the utility costs for both buildings to keep them open. And again, Scout Hall at the time was it was pretty much a brand new inside building. And leaving buildings unheated and unoccupied. And then it was where those people were gonna go, and logistically, it didn't really make sense. And we found the money. And there's the updated budget book pages that is on the town website, and we covered the expenses that we had in front of us at the time, so I'm not sure whether there'd be any shortfall.
Well, I just wanna say, this past budget season was the most terrible budget season I ever had here. The communication was minimal. It wasn't much. You're saying you guys approved it. I had no idea. I get a final budget,
Mm-hmm.
the town administrator showing zeros. I got electric bills I need to pay. And I'm showing zero for monies. So if you're showing something different, I'd like to get a copy of that.
If Bob, what's the date of the sheet you have?
I I would have to look at the email, and see what day it was sent.
The budget was adjusted at our April 23rd meeting prior to it going to annual town meeting. So I'm really curious why that number was not conveyed back to you.
Like I say, communication was.
Oh, I understand. There's a lot of issues coming to surface here.
This is a heat one, Jeff, which you guys cut, what, $800-900. And I look at the water, sewer and electric.
Mhm.
Well, emergency management, I need electric to run the furnace. You okayed the heat for the oil, but I need water too, cause it's a steam boiler, so I need those two to make the heat work. I do the heat one, this one here, the 5400 is, it matches what I have. It's the 5600 is, I'm showing zeros.
I can get you a copy of that,
And,
minutes, but we sat here for, it was, I don't know, we spent a couple of hours,
Couple of hours.
going back and forth on the budget.
I just get this one showing zeros.
Yeah,
Increased revenue and to
But-
put money in there to cover the cost,
but
what we were told. you
Mr.
needed.
Mr. Chair, what I didn't understand was when the cost was and it was done, the water, the sewer, the electric on all those two buildings, it was, so it's $6,978 to heat the emergency management bill. And then it's $648 for the water was estimated, $672 for the sewer, the electric, $1,212. Then there was a $600 put, I think that's if you were to close it down. Scouts Hall had $3,090 for the heat, and then the water was $700, the sewer was $672, the electric was $648. So those are the numbers there, and if where did the 10, like you said, 10,000 to cover this, where did that come
No,
from?
I didn't.
No,
I didn't
not,
say 10.
no, the vote that he was talking about, where did that money come from to go into it so Bob could have that money to pay those bills? Where did it come from? That's the part I never followed in any of the meetings up until now. I just
I
don't,
didn't know we had $10,000 going into it.
yeah, I don't either.
We
Couldn't figure it
increased the estimate on local receipts, motor vehicle excise tax based on
Okay,
financial history of collections. So we bumped that, increased that number by $10,000. That was originally presented to us. So the revenue increased and we took that money to fund those two buildings so they could keep them open.
I didn't know that, Jeff. Like I said,
there's still a shortfall.
I got a couple
little
of
bit,
electric bills and I look at my budget, and this was, in this 5,600 budget is tight, there's not much wiggle room, cause we reach out to water, sewer, and, water, sewer and, electric, and try to get the closest figure we can to make it work, but it's tight, I don't have any wiggle room in this. And that's why I didn't pay when I looked in my budget book, because I use this about every day, it's a tool.
Mhm.
And when I saw the zero, I said, it's
I get that, but we did,
again, communication.
why it didn't leave this building, I don't know.
And when I went over this once with Adam, only once, I told him, you can't cheat me here, it's tight. And never got back with him to go over anything. I mentioned it, leave to you, I mentioned it to Holly. My concerns, I mentioned it at the budget meeting. And then there's no communication. It was the worst year I ever had.
It was the April 23rd.
It was April 23rd.
Meeting, I believe.
We sat because we were pushing to finalize the budget to get it closed up so we could publish it for the annual town meeting.
If I could get a new sheet showing the amounts, that would be great.
I'll get that for
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
so
Bob, the other part that we never saw, and I don't know if it was ever presented, we saw the proposal, what it, the
that's my-
potential savings to shutter the building.
still isn't-
Yeah, we got it. Talking about if we were to winterize them.
Yeah, if we were to shut down and shutter the building, Scout Hall and, yeah,
$1,200 for Scout Hall and.
Yep.
I think it was like 1,500 for emergency management.
that was the actual cost to close
Yeah,
them down.
so
Okay,
2,500 to $3,000 and the
Yeah.
total between on a 5,600 count is $4,500, give or take a few dollars. It don't make sense at all. Now you also taking a chance of damage being done with the paint and stuff falling
Mhm.
apart because of no heat. It's, I don't know what you're gonna gain out if you were to do that. But if I know this ahead of time, I apologize, but when I saw those heroes, I gotta. Nobody come to me, so I gotta find out what's going on.
I don't have that sheet. So the total of all those items for those buildings, I mean, math is fast, $15,530 between the two buildings together. Is, you know, with all those things I listed, the water, the sewer, the stuff. Cause I mean, we have a letter here from Holly saying that there's a shortfall of $6,395.
What does she even know about you guys about that 10 grand? I don't know.
Right, but that's still 10 grand,
Yeah.
Holly was at the meeting when we did this.
but you're still looking at $5,530 approximately, give or take. That's not probably on your sheet. That's what my concern is.
Like, I only can speak what I have.
Right.
Oh,
I don't have the other sheet. I didn't print it out. With the new updated numbers.
So.
But
It's
there,
right,
yeah,
I
there's,
just need
there,
to-
there should not be zero showing in your book. It should,
Again,
I don't know why it did not leave the building, but we worked on that and, we put money in there to keep both those buildings open.
Yeah, well, like I said,
Because the options were,
this is my Bible. When I saw that, something's wrong, something like that, so.
We apologize. It shouldn't have happened.
I remember having a discussion that seemed foolish to close down the buildings for $3,000. To keep them open for $6,000.
Right.
yeah, it
It's
did not.
pointless.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and we did have a pretty good roundabout here that last day on trying to fix some final number problems. And,
Well, thank you for the update. If I could get that, that'd be one of them. Hopefully we have a better budget season. He said.
we'll check out my budget book so I can show you the numbers.
you just bring the money, Bob, that's all. You just bring the money. We'll have a better year.
Yeah.
Get one of those trucks full.
the, Laurel out the print shop.
Yeah, there you go. You got any more questions?
Nope.
Nope.
Understood.
I'll be looking for that sheet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to, do you have any information on the library work or no?
I was just a witness at the other bid opening. We actually had a good turnout between the library trustees and the bidders. I know Shell was the lowest bidder.
Okay,
That's all I can hope that was good. And they're currently doing the scene.
so that's why the librarian is still.
So.
No money for you. Dude, I have a soft spot for that little library.
That is the best thing, one of my favorite things.
All right, next item is item J, Boynton Library Interior Renovations Contract.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care, Bob. Thank you.
There is the opening bid award that shows the amounts of the two different bidders. Pretty big difference. We also have a letter, from the interim town administrator, explaining, the bids and how, some of the work may be able to be done, with Monty Tech students. That would be an alternative. And a suggestion is to award the bid, for the main work and see, wait on the schedule of Monty Tech to ensure that they can come up and do that work, which would be awesome. I went for a tour of that new, facility where they're having high school kids do certain trades, and, the carpenter class and the instructor, they really good. They're doing, I've seen projects in the city, Gardner Town, Town Hall building, City Hall, and, they've done stuff all over the place. They're building houses to framing to cabinets, and they do really good work for a good price. Buy the materials and they come and get experience. They're really good. So I would entertain, a motion to approve the library interior renovations contract, but hold off on the sub bids, in case Monty Tech can do that.
I would second that, and I would add to your motion as a friendly suggestion, that would also be pending if La Rochelle was willing to assume the general contractor responsibility, liability, and sub out if Monty Tech were available to take that on. Because it does become a burden to the general contractor. It's the best of intentions. I absolutely support it. It's a great way for the students to learn and progress, but we gotta make sure we're lining this up correctly. Just a friendly amendment.
So moved, amended motion.
You're confused, cause I am.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah, you can.
We have a motion and a second
Yes.
with amendment, and I agree to that amendment.
I just have one other comment.
Yes, sir.
On the page with the chart at the very bottom, it's John Henshaw, not Henshay. We need to correct the spelling of Mr. Henshaw's name. Sorry, I'm a stickler. Attention to detail.
It should be correct.
Yes.
I'd like to see, Monty Tech do the work.
Oh, absolutely. I just want to make sure we're doing it correctly.
Right. No, so
So
am I wrong with this? It's either give it to Rochelle or to Monty Tech? Is it one or the other? Because we can't rewrite their contracts of what they're offering to do. Other proposals rather.
well. Yeah, I'm not really clear on like, I mean, the motion needs to actually spell out whose name, how much money. And usually we do that for our motion. We usually say we award this contract to, so it's the way it's written. It's like, I move to award the contract for the Bolton Library interior renovations to LaSalle Construction in the amount of up to 200 and then, yeah.
The bid results right here.
Right.
Yep.
But yeah, but this, the way they wrote it is typically how we do it. And then with Tim adding the extra piece onto it, I'm just not really sure.
Well, we have two challenges here. Monty Tech is not currently in session.
Okay,
We
yeah,
don't know what their schedule is and what they've already taken on for workloads. Till school opens and the dust settles, so to speak,
right.
we don't even know what they're going to take on for workloads.
But
But if this is gonna be time critical to approve,
but
If they're putting the bid in though.
right, I'm not really like, okay, then again, I'm not understanding because it was said it was the lesser, it was the smaller thing. it's something about shelves or something. I'm not really understanding the next part where it says, and then the next part is about the flooring, right? Like the flooring and the electrician is the next part. Right, so I'm not really, so Monty Tech's gonna do $265,000 worth of work? Like,
You're
what are
looking
they
at-
doing, Jackie?
You're looking at who's gonna be the general contractor.
Right, which was Lachelle. They won the bid. Right,
Mr. Chair, if I might.
I'm confused.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
It
I'm sorry.
states here in the memorandum that I suggest the board hold off on awarding the alternate number one until we get a closer look at the project start date. At that time, should Monty Tech not be available to do the project, this should go on the agenda for the select board to award alternate one and accept the donation of labor. So it seems like we need to do it and hold off on alternate one
Well, what is alternate,
specifically.
excuse me, what is alternate one? That's the part I'm not understanding. What is alternate one?
Monty Tech.
Right, so the first total bid is a bid and it says $265,000 and then the other company. Then the next line says there's another bid, which is an alternate one, and then it gives that amount and then another amount. Is that Monty Tech, that's what they're doing, the alternate one? Because the flooring and then the electrical is like another set of bids, and I'm not really following.
According to the memorandum that was given to us by Holly, alternate one is what the Monty Tech is gonna be doing. Specifically.
So they're taking the place of the $265,000 Lachelle,
Yeah.
for Lachelle.
No, not entirely. The delta that you see there is the difference when we deduct labor,
Here.
where you cannot charge labor for the students at Monty Tech. Any materials are provided at cost,
That's correct.
and we don't have to worry about the prevailing
Wage and all
labor and prevailing wage and all the other expenses normally associated with municipal purchases.
If Monty Tech does it, we have to provide the 15 grand would be for the materials and so forth. If we have to go outside of Monty Tech, that's for the 146. So if we approve up to 265, they can get this started. And then if Monty Tech is available, then we free up that amount of money.
So we're not rewarding it to a company, we're just accepting the amount.
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
We're awarding
Figure
it,
about-
if we approve this as presented, you're awarding it to La Rochelle Construction.
Okay,
And there are two sub bids that are written into that contract. There's a potential alternate one, which would be Monty Tech.
all right, I got that.
This is a very poorly worded memorandum, and this is a very confusing graph that we were given.
Just I didn't understand it at home, I still don't get it. So we're not, because on the sub, it says, those other companies,
Yes.
like Leominster, the Leominster Flooring. So where are we doing those two after? Okay. Just make your motion.
Yes, it-
Just make your motion.
Candace, in answer to your question, the bigger subparagraph here on the memorandum that
Yeah.
starts the bid opening for the project.
Bad.
Each of the two sub bids are the lowest apparent bidders in their category. The board awards the contract to La Rochelle Construction in the amount of up to $256,000, so that if the architect determines sub bid work can be removed from the scope of work for La Rochelle, we can deduct those amounts from the total contract. So yes, you're being given an option, you're being given some subs.
Okay,
If the architect says, yes, that will work. If he says no, it reverts back to the 265.
I just wanted
La
to,
Rochelle Construction.
I just want to make sure our motion is correct, that's all. The wording of a motion is correct, how it like, you can't, it has to be like, it has to be like verbatim or something. Okay.
Think further.
That's my mistake, what I'm voting for.
That's the one available. We make the motion.
Yes, we have an emotion amended and a second. On the amended motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Besso?
Yes.
And I vote yes. At 8.
Nothing's ever easy.
Jackie. Jeff misspoke. There's money for you.
Thank you all. Good night.
Night, Jackie.
I tried and tried. I just want to make sure the motion was right, that's.
Item K.
Good night, folks. Have a good night,
Good night.
Justin.
Yes,
Hmm.
the ITA is looking to be paid for filling in a position that paid a higher rate of pay. This goes back to March 12th, where the board voted for an amount of pay for this temporary position, interim position, at a fixed amount of 1710. I also believe at your July 17th meeting that the board voted to suspend part of section 8 of the personnel policy dealing with this specific issue.
That was in the minutes.
Mhm.
And
Mr. Chair.
so at your last meeting, did the board did vote to suspend
Yes.
We sure did.
part of section 8.
Mr. Chair? Oh,
Yes.
I'm just, kind of like baffled and befuddled by this, whole event. Because when, as I'm reading the minutes here from March 12th. And the appointment, it states right here, the appointment is made with the following conditions. Compensation will be 1710 a week with no changes to current suite of employment benefits. Responsibilities, interim town administrator will assume all the responsibilities as outlined in the town bylaws and the select board operating procedures for the position of town administrator. And it goes on from there. To me, that's an offer, and with the ITA stepping into that position the day after, that's an acceptance. So to me, an offer and acceptance is a valid, let's say, agreement. So I just don't even understand why we're having a discussion about different compensation after that, personally. I don't think it should have been entertained, and I think it was, offered and agreed to.
Sworn in.
It's just simple. And now we're trying to complicate it.
Mr. Chair, after,
Personally.
after that, meeting, then, it was agreed upon because then the, interim town administrator went and got sworn in, by the clerk. The next day, wherever she got sworn in, she's sworn in. So that was another acceptance of the agreement that happened in that meeting. Right?
My take on it.
Yes, that was the vote of the board for the pay, so, the part I read is on this, the employee will be compensated at the same rate of pay as the current employee holding that position. But it wasn't a situation where somebody was out on disability or sick or something like that. He resigned, so there was nobody in that position.
I also, Mr. Chair, would like to say that, at the time, before, as the vote was being taken for this, upgrade, to be taken to be the interim town administrator, she was the assistant town administrator, and the assistant town administrator is that, as it says, assistant town administrator and all those duties. So to say that you're, according to this, doing two jobs, there is no two jobs. You're just like, you're elevated. You should be, if you're doing some of the, executive, workload,
So
I mean, the office workload is the office workload. It is what it is. It's a small town. We have small town stuff. So. Yeah, we have small town stuff, so it's, everybody pitches in an office in a small town. So it's not doing two jobs, as this stated in this memorandum.
I would look for a consensus of the board to just pass over this because I believe the board voted already, on pay structure.
Yes, I agree.
Agree. I concur.
All righty. The next item is item L. It's an open meeting law complaint. It involves, this is an individual involved in ongoing litigation with the town. So to that point, I would make a motion to forward the open meeting law complaint to the town attorney and for the attorney to respond to the said complaint. For the open meeting law, I'll also be forwarding a copy of this to the Attorney General's office.
Second.
Any further discussion?
No,
On the motion, Mr. May, how would you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
yeah,
Ms. Bassel?
Yes, sir.
And I vote yes. That's 5 yes at 9:03. Next item is M. By Ms. Graves for the town organization chart for review.
Mr. Chair, I asked to have this on the agenda so we could do our first look at it. I think there's some issues, on it. I think it needs to have, some updates to it. based on some of the things. I know that Tim had pointed out, I don't remember what it wasn't. There's a couple of things that are, state. That might be wrong on this, but I also have, with Parks and Rec, with, their, powers that are given by that were signed in, they don't seem to fit where where they're located based on how they, perform. So I think that needs to be addressed. And then I don't know if Tim, you have anything to say about that?
There are multiple things on here, and we'd review it. I would not be comfortable moving forward with this, and I would want the ITA here to hear what's being presented. This is not the first time this organizational chart has been looked at. It's not the first time, and the prior TA and I had very lengthy discussions on this. It is error-filled, has not been corrected, and quite frankly, this is a little bit concerning to me.
I would, consensus of the board, this would be, because in my mind, this goes, this is part of the budget message for the budget. So I would, if fine with the board, to put this on the agenda for the August 27th, 2025 meeting, which is referred to as a retreat, excuse me. But is our goal setting, and we should probably, as Mr. Toth has brought up times recently and has been mentioned in the past, to look at the policies and our goals and administrative stuff, because it would become part of the budget message in the presentation.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
Concur.
The top half isn't bad. It's the voters and then all the elected entities. And then after that, it gets a little,
Yeah.
so I would put this on the agenda for the August 27th. If that is fine with everyone.
I'm good with that.
You good?
I'm good.
Next is item N. This is from Ms. Graves, discuss how notices and important information is sent out.
So with this item, Chair, so we have these practices in town, and I feel like some of them need to be looked at, or our office should maybe change it up a little bit. One of the things is, say we get a notification saying that there's a possibility if you click something, you're gonna get hacked, and it goes to certain individuals, but it doesn't go to every account that we have, the templetonma.gov email accounts. Not every account gets that email. So some people notice that if you're not on it, they might give you a heads up, but there's a possibility they could click it and cause a big mess for this town. So it should be just practice where you get that kind of information, and you should have like a, file list of all email accounts, and you just, even if it has to do with two emails, you should be putting it in, sending them out. Everybody gets it, not praying, like, because if someone's on vacation and they're the person supposed to tell the other people, or they're sick, it ain't gonna happen. So that could be a problem with our phone system or hacking within departments. Another thing is notice, the other part of notice, and the way we do notices, like if somebody is like if an office is closed, it needs to be posted on the town website. And that usually, when they do it, usually goes right to Facebook at the same time. That way the public doesn't come here for no reason if they're gonna do business. So like, I mean, the town treasurer is doing an excellent job. She's pre-warning people, telling them that it'll be closed at a certain time. In last minute ones, or due to staffing issues, still, it needs to be posted on the town website. Again, notification. It's just the way we're doing to notify. And then there are things like to reappointments or things like that go out to the boards. They tell the department heads or persons in charge of those boards to send them out to everybody, but yet they have an email, all the email accounts. Again, it's not really that hard to have a file, copy it to said email, and everybody gets it. You're relying on like a chain mail, like this one tells someone, this one. And then again, if somebody doesn't see your name in the contact list, you'll be lucky if somebody lets you know about these things. So better communication, better notification. I think our offices should really work on that, and that should be a scope throughout the whole town, that we should all strive to work on making sure that everybody's informed, and not just doing a few people and thinking they're going to pass the buck to somebody else. So that was that item, that discussion. Does anybody have any experience or anything that they would like to say about?
No, I have a couple comments.
Okay.
Over 4 years ago, I had proposed a notification policy. It got shot down by a number of department heads and it fell off the radar. I can still pull up the draft. It was a draft. It was not an end all, save all, but it would resolve a lot of this. To your point,
Send that to me.
yes, to your point, notifications, I'm fine with it going on www.templetonma.gov. Facebook is nice. Facebook is not our official notification. We need to get away from Facebook. We need to focus on running town business through the town.
And not.
I understand the intent, but we need to focus on running town business through the town.
Not everybody is on Facebook.
Not everybody is on Facebook.
Oh, Mr. Chair, the way the website runs, when you post this on the actual town website, it kicks it onto Facebook. So there's no extra step. It'll kick it onto Facebook the way that they post. So it goes, the front door, you have you can post it and then it'll go to Facebook. That's why it's going. It's just a secretary just to give people extra knowledge of the information.
But that in and of itself is setting you up for problems with the accounts. And that is triggering a potential spot to cause the problems you're trying to nip in the bud. And we did have individuals who clicked on the things and hid it, and then it came out after the fact. But for 2 years in a row, we had to do a series of state-offered trainings that we paid good money for, and it still happened. And you know what? It does happen. But woe be unto the town employee who puts us into a place where we get locked down and ransomwared and have to pay a huge amount of money to get back to our data. This is the warning. Don't let it be you. You do not want to be the acid test. I guarantee it.
Quick thing on the emails, if you look, for instance, monthly BVA, there are a few names on there that no longer work for the town. They have been retired for
Yeah, I've seen it
a
listed
while.
too.
So throwing all the email, having a master list of email, but you have to update that. When somebody leaves, you have to remove them. Or put that account in dormancy because it becomes a public record thing. As far as appointments go, that falls on the chairs of the different committees and boards and just the committee in general, to keep track of who's who and when they were appointed and when their time is up. To say, hey, whenever that appointment may be, if it's off schedule and say it has to be done in April, there are a couple of them by state statute that has to be done. And if it's in June, the committee needs to have a list of all of the people that are on there and when they were appointed and what their term is. We cannot be sitting here spoon feeding all of the committees. There's a certain responsibility besides just saying, hey, I want to be on advisory committee, or hey, I want to be on recreation, or hey, I want to get on whatever. I'm going to run for this. There's certain responsibility that has to be accepted. The boards need to keep up with their members. Somebody resigns. Okay, how many months left in their term? Oh, they left in May. We have annual appointments in June. Okay, boom, 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 and get it out there. Again, the information on the town website is not always up to date. It's not always kept up to date. And there's that side, but there's the side where the boards have to take some responsibility and put some effort in, waiting on somebody else to do their homework for them.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make sure that, especially with the emergency stuff, that everybody, all those emails, I mean, that's just like, if you're the ones assigning it, that's just like a day of work, like a day or two of work, like, it just like, when you're having a slow day, those are the kind of lists that you're getting and you're making them and you're having them ready to go. And then, like you said, you take them off your list and then you have that email to, email out, but like I said, I just wanted to make, I just feel like that we could be more efficient as a town, how we get the information so that we don't get hacked or have to get ransomware or anything. And that, that our practices, are, it's just a discussion on how we do our business,
If you
be more
can
efficient.
send that draft
I-
notification thing to me, we will actually have some work to do at the old retreat. Instead of just a BS session. Next is item,
Oh,
okay, we'll do one more. Item O for discussion, training employees, boards, how can it be improved? Ms. Graves.
okay, so this discussion, Mr. Chair, this is about, we always hear, and we always hear this from employees or from board members. We always hear, I'm not trained, I'm not trained. Now, I don't know about you, but when you get a job and you go in for the first day of work, the training begins. Somebody's showing you where things are and what you're getting things. So that's a form of training. So everybody's getting a form, like you're spending a week or two. I just don't understand the concept of I'm not trained, because in my thought, there are, like, if you say this was something that I would hand my new employee that came in and said, these are the steps of the we do in the week, right? The step log, that's a form of training. It can go into a book and then you pass it on to the next one, or they can go and look at your books of your training and papers that were given through the year. To say that I don't have, like, we just keep on hearing that nobody's trained and there's no protocols for training, but yet all the department heads that are running it, including, top tier in our office, they are, I mean, and if they're omitting something or not training them to everything, that's on them. That's not saying that, and people who are being trained should also be asking questions and be curious about their job and knowing things. But when I did training for this town, you will find there is a book, and in it is notes from people that had the job before and people have the job now, and and they can go look at it and have ideas of, from the previous people of the things. So we keep that, which is a form of training, and so I just want to have the discussion. Everybody else wants to share about training, but we hear it all the time. And I've sat in many, many select board meetings where people say, I'm not trained. And I just feel like that's a get out of, like, try to get out of whatever. I just think it's ridiculous. That we should just do, in our department heads and people that are in charge of people, that those people get new people get jobs. They come into these different departments and stuff. How do they not know how to train somebody? Like, they're the top chair. Don't they know they're, like, the lower level jobs? And if they assign somebody, then obviously they're signing somebody that knows the job and teaches them. And how does nobody take a note, right? And when you're the trainer next, you take out your notes to remind yourself what you did when you train somebody. I just don't get it. So that's why I put it on there, because we just heard it recently again, that I'm not trained, and I haven't been trained, or I've read it in some letters and things. So I just wanted to talk about training.
One thing I have been off and on this for a couple of years. I got off the board and it went to a standstill. It's a committee handbook to explain the basics. For instance, if you get elected to the select board, there's a selectman's handbook, and nowadays, anybody can look at it It's on the MMA website. Some towns have it posted to their website. You just type in Massachusetts Selectman Handbook and you get a bunch of things. It'll take you. And one of the pages in there, and this helps, try to teach people and show them the way. And the advisory committee has the Association of Town Finance Committee handbooks. If you get on the Conservation Commission, there's an association. They have a handbook in there. They have training courses. In the Selectmen's Handbook, it says a new select board member is advised to gather and review a number of resources. The town charter, if you have one. Key town officials, the phone numbers of the board member, organizational chart of town staff and officials. Any written policies and procedures, the board, the budget, and the most recent town report, the bylaws, and this can go to anybody that gets on a committee. Is showing up. Again, it falls on individuals to put a little initiative in and research what the board actually does, to know the open meeting laws, have a working understanding of it, because everybody who gets elected and appointed signs a form that says you got a copy of the open meeting law, you got a copy of the open meeting law guide, you have copy of any open meeting law determinations against the board that you're on. And on that form, it says that you understand, you have all that stuff, you understand it and agree to keep up with it. It's one of the easiest things to get yourself in trouble with, but I want to have a committee handbook in a draft form to give to the board on August 27th. I presented draft one to the board several years ago, and again, when I left the board in 23, it just went nowhere, got tossed aside. I don't know if anybody wants to have a book, or they didn't want to deal with it or do the extra work. It's not that hard. I take stuff off of other towns. I'm not rewriting a book. It is Mr. May.
Yes, I just wanted to bring out a point on this. I think it was, I'm not sure at this moment if it was in the audit or the DLS DOR review for the town, but cross-training was specifically mentioned in past documents. And
Yes, it was in the DOR financial review,
okay,
2009 and 2021.
okay. Knew it was there somewhere. But I think that's a very important thing that we have a hit and miss experience with here in town. And I do see where, and I've worked in places before, where it was the department head's job to make sure that their department was cross-trained. So, that may be something we want to look at and somehow incorporate into our policies, or procedures. Because if we don't do that, we end up, and I mean, I worked in places before where the old guy in the shop had his little black book and he knew how to do everything, and you had to figure it out because this guy wasn't going to tell you, because that's how he maintained his pay. Now a lot of those days have changed, but we still have some actors who will act like that and will do that to maintain their job. And that's unfair to everybody else in the department and unfair to the overall organization. Because it allows for when somebody leaves, there's tasks that nobody knows how to do. And that's just unacceptable. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Well, no, just reminded me of, Mr. Chair, it reminded me of that, I used to have jobs where like we'd have to go like on the day we probably didn't usually work or something, and we had to go like work together to go over things as a group, like a workshop, like a workshop or training together to go over the fundamentals of things, like a meeting or something. Sometimes we, when I worked in the factory, we closed down to do some of that kind of training type of stuff. So those are possibilities for some of our department heads to come up with, helpful things to go over things too, because people forget things and they may not remember to do something that might be crucial in safety. I'm sure they do a lot of safety stuff for different departments, but overall, our office department, you're just kind of seems lately as our office.
I don't know, too many people that don't do continuous training. It's, no.
We're now at old business.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll get this done before time. This is housing and school enrollment, and this was brought forward by Mr. May. Mr. May,
Yes.
old business, housing and school enrollment. I believe we tabled this from a previous meeting.
We did, and I'm not gonna do that again, even though I did not receive some of the information that I requested from the school. I think we can get the idea from what I do have. So basically, this came about from watching multiple meetings, the planning board, the ZBA, and just partaking in the process with the school. Our school, and I'm going to specifically go with originally with TES, Templeton Elementary School. According to the list, the inspection that I was giving certification of inspection, the entire building at TES, the capacity is 655 people. Right now, there's 585 students in the school. I don't have a count on teachers. But my concern is this, that right now, over the past few months and presently, we have the Baldwinsville Elementary School that has 99 bedrooms in 54 units, which to me leaves 45 units available for children. We have a project going up on Baker Lane that's 20 houses, which I assume, like most houses that go up now, are going to be 3-bedroom homes. And those homes on that location can either be single-family homes or duplexes. So that, based on the 3-bedroom homes, gives us an additional 40 or 80 bedrooms for kids in that unit, in that one facility. Then we've heard and we've dealt with a request from a developer on Brooks Road that is looking to put in, my understanding, 20 to 24 units, which again, I would assume would be 3-bedroom units, which would give us another 40 to 80, depending on how it's set up, new children's bedrooms in town. So that, on the low end, that gives us 125 new children's bedrooms with these three projects. On the high end, it gives us 205. I've briefly talked to Chris, Dr. Casavant, and he was concerned with just the BES project. What that was going to do to the school. And if you look at it, I mean, we have 585 children in the school right now with a capacity of 655. So that only leaves 70 spaces available for teachers and kids. I'm pretty sure, and this is one of the things I was waiting for. I was looking for the staffing for the buildings, which I didn't get, but from the original budget document, I remember that there were 27 aides and 24 teachers alone in that building. Never mind administrative staff, janitorial staff, cafeteria staff, and so on and so forth. So I don't know what, if any, capacity we have left in our 50-year school. What, 7 years into it or so? And I just don't think we can sit back and not do anything and just wait for this potential wall to hit us. You know, and it's a wall in multiple directions, because if you look at the school right now, the school per student cost is around $7,700 per student in Templeton. So none of these homes are going to produce enough income to support even the school.
Now, these numbers, they don't count preschool.
They do.
They do?
They do. They're at the beginning of this list over here. There's 50 in from Templeton, 17 from, 72 total. Well, in all these things bring up individually interesting points, because as everybody knows right now, the only, I guess, valid agreement we have with the school goes back to 1977, which does not include preschool. We have, there's 72 children in the preschool, 50 of which are from Templeton, 17 of which are from Phillipston. In the total school system, we have 198 students from Phillipston. And if my eyes aren't deceiving me too much, I think it's around 102 for Templeton Elementary School. If I'm not mistaken. I could be. So I think we need to have a discussion on how we're going to handle either the housing or the school system or both. Because I think we're going to end up short on capacity in the schools and short on money in the other direction. Because a $500,000 home in Templeton produces about $6,000 in taxable income on the real estate taxes. And from my look, just a simple, quick back of the napkin type thing, we need about, 1 million, 1 million 500 $1 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 4,300, I think. Well, it's 1,500 and change per house for the town budget. So we're digging a hole that we have no means of filling, and we're digging it fast right now. Because as you've seen, just our housing numbers, now they're saying that they were saying earlier tonight that the building, single family homes, so forth, is going down. Well, I can tell you, I got 2 on Shady Lane right now. One's going up and the other one's about to go up. I think we got a big problem. And we better start thinking about it now. Because if we don't, we're gonna get hit over the head with it. And it's,
Years ago, wasn't there a building cap, in place for, new construction? I know Wrightson has one.
You did.
I know in 2006, when I built, there was an issue I don't know how it was set up necessarily, but I know that if you bought a lot and it switched names, that you were put on a list. And that list was 1, 2, or 3 years, potentially, depending on, the amount of people requesting building permits. And because mine didn't change hands, I was able to get one in 2006. I don't know how that was done, but that was a attempt, I believe, to
Yeah.
quash the building boom at the time.
2002, 2003, in that bracket, we built ours. And the same thing, there was only so many could build at the time. There was a list with a certain number. I don't know how it worked. Yeah, and again, like, I think you have it right, like, if it changed names of the property, then, you were put on the list and you had to meet the cut.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, I remember that, yeah. I don't know how it is, it doesn't seem like we have that now. Right, so I understand, like, they say you can't discriminate, if someone owns a property, you can't tell them, like, you can't build or something, like, there's a whole thing now, because there was a case, I think that's what triggered some of this stuff, is there was a legal case about what you can do with your property, and I think that's a possibility of when this changed in our town, because there was a cap.
There was also, the zoning's changed in town too.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
When I moved in, my area was at RA2, it's an RA1 now.
I think there was a state case or something was driving some of that.
There-
I'm not 100%.
There was once a building moratorium. It's questionable whether you can or can't do it. The other piece that goes right behind it, though, you can put all the moratoriums you want. There's also a state law that will upset the moratorium. You cannot stop Section 8 subsidized low-income housing. The developers will come in, and that's exactly what they'll put in. That's not going to help this scenario whatsoever. You're just gonna watch another housing bonanza and a building bonanza. So, yeah, what is the answer? I don't know either.
There's just not a lot of protections for small towns.
That's what I don't know either, but
Yeah.
it concerns me because, I'm looking at a tidal wave here. And an unfunded one.
And, well, we have a lot of room to expand at the elementary school, Templeton Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
We-
bet they are.
But we don't have the fire, like, safety take. Yeah, I think it makes sense, right? Yeah,
That's definitely something that needs.
So we have a potential tsunami coming.
yeah, central, that nobody's really like, yeah.
And
Another
that's
kick
why I
in the
wanted to
can
bring
thing.
it to the attention of the board, because I think we need to, keep this in our thoughts, and we need to work diligently on how to manage it. If it's manageable.
Once upon a time, and I don't want to spend
Yeah,
I don't want to say a lot, but one town meeting where CPC was proposing to buy land for open space. People argued about, well, it's taking it off the tax rolls and you're gonna stop this and you can't do that. Statement was made, the open space, it does not have an effect on school costs. Because once it's set aside for open space, that's not buildable, so that's how you cut down on. There's a big piece of land up on Ballinville Road, right at Route 2, 87 acres or so, and I don't know what they want for it, and I don't know what the holdup is, but it's not gonna surprise me if that bus open shortly. It's just.
It
but it's-
was high priced for a while.
It's a thing that might keep you awake at night.
Mm-hmm.
So we have
Businesses,
one,
Those are good.
2, 3 more things.
Open space, those are good.
Uh,
Not so much.
under old business, item
Oh,
B,
Can I interrupt you?
you wanna do it? Okay,
You wanna do it?
I'm hoping we don't need this. I will entertain a motion, or I will submit a motion that we consider working past 10 PM.
Second.
But we're gonna hold everybody under the gun to get this done in time. Sorry. You.
all right, motion made and seconded to work, to meet past 10 PM. On the motion, how you vote, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Basso?
Same, Tim.
Yes. All righty, we get to stay late.
No, we're gonna try like.
Okay,
can
next
be bad.
item is under old business item B, discuss town administrator screening committee.
Hmm.
Ideas, list of people,
We had started a discussion on it on the 17th of July meeting. And I had given, we had come up with some ideas, what we thought. To put the committee together and then to have people sign up for it. Just a matter of figuring out, I think we were at like, not having a public safety and doing two from two departments. If that's what we wanted to do, departments, and then having, another, one from the advisory or just saying two from, committees and boards and, two from, departments. And then one from citizen at large, or we could have more than, I had just presented 5 persons on board. I mean, we could go less, and then I just had the criterias that I had said that I had found online on the various different sites for different towns that had them, just very basic fundamentals, reviewing and evaluating candidates' applications to ensure that they meet the qualifications and requirements for the position. That was one of the things the committee would do. The other thing they would do is with the candidates to assess their suitability for the role, and then they would vote and do through their interviews and stuff to send it to us to the select board for the next review process. I mean, just very basic things. Even Mr. Carter had said some of that kind of stuff, same kind of stuff in the public comments section. So I think what we discussed last week was on, our last meeting was on par of what he was saying and what I found online. So it's just a matter of putting a committee together. and voting for it.
Chair, am I?
yes.
Yeah, we had a decent discussion about that last meeting and when Carter was talking, I did, let's say, understand his rationale for including a school member, putting a school member on that too, potentially, district member, and I'm thinking an administrative district member, not, just somebody from the school, but somebody in a management role from the school. And I hate to even say this because it goes against a lot of what I think. But it's possible that it would be good to have a select board member on it too. But I don't know how that would work because we gotta vote. Also,
If the screening committee is gonna
Move it up to us.
recommend people to us. Yeah, the optics are,
although, yeah. That's,
It's not unheard of that if you put a committee together, that you would send someone down from your board, because it's your board putting that committee together to run it or to advise them on what they're doing, but that's not unheard of, but yeah, under this circumstance,
so the size of the committee,
5,
5,
I got 5, yeah.
so we would have advisories. A department head,
Well, I had said, I had said public safety, but their concern was, taking away from their scheduled time and stuff, but so the recommendation was to say 2 department heads, and that we're not specifically saying, that's what Mr. May said, we're not specifically saying fire, police. If they want to, that'll be on them, but we're not holding it as a title.
so a member of advisory, someone from the school, 2 department heads, and 1 citizen at large.
sounds reasonable to me.
Is that 5?
Yes.
Thank you. I lost track after the first.
Mhm.
Sounds good to me then.
I would say on the school, you want a member of the school committee, preferably a town resident,
One of the
one of the elected school committee members who's a
From the
Templeton
town of
resident.
Templeton, yeah, maybe a little precise on that one, because you could get a Phillipston resident. That would kind of odd, but could happen.
So we could reach out to the school district. Did, when you requested information, did you request about did you email Casamant?
Yes,
Got back to you?
Yeah.
A lot of times when I
he did say that there's a lot, a lot of people are on vacation this time of year, so that's what the
Yeah.
difficulty is, getting things in a timely fashion.
Yes,
a lot of times when I do Mr. Chair, when I do the school, I usually put him, like, if I want to talk to him, I also put his, his assistant in too. So that makes sure that, because, they get a lot of emails and stuff. It helpful in the process of getting a faster response by having 2 of them in it.
so 2 department heads, someone from the school, someone from advisory, and a citizen at large. Citizen at large, we'd have to put on, well, should be put on the website. Contact department heads and see if they are interested, have the time to meet. And the same thing with a school committee member, and ask the advisory committee if they have an interested party. They have 5 people now.
I believe they're meeting tomorrow night. I don't know if it's too soon to discuss, or at least they can throw it out at the end of their meeting to think
Other
about.
comments, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, because they're meeting.
But their comments, they could,
I would have 2 recommendations to this. I like the makeup. I like the idea of 5. This has to be an ad hoc committee, so they're exempt from OML. And I think we need to specify and spell out what is their charge, what are the expectations, and what we are looking for them to do.
Very good. You go up to the
I'm not one to always.
That's what I was
write
trying to
the
say.
rules, But this is one time I think we need to write the rules.
They do
At
need
least some guidelines.
they need
Yeah, some guidelines, guardrails. Yeah.
who would write the rules, like, to put it, was it our next meeting, or do we have a special meeting? Like, how does that work? Like, who would like to?
We've
read
already
the
put
rules?
the advertisement out.
Yeah,
that we're looking.
right,
We can't continue to wait on this.
right. So like, do we just? I mean, the rules, I mean, we can form the thing and then with the contingency, that'll be another piece with the rules when we get all them, when they,
We'll just write up a checklist for them, just different, like a score. An interview.
I mean, I'm good with
questionnaire,
somebody just doing
and they
it.
can score it, you know. Um, and You do the interview, if it scores.
Yeah, you get well, what they did was,
Screening.
I did the grant writer, so I was on the grant writer committee. So what we did was, the candidates came in, and then we had set questions that someone gave us, and then we read the set questions.
Right.
And then we read the set questions, and then we got a paper to evaluate, you know, how we scored them, whatever, based on their questions. And then at the end, after all the candidates, like, we would get, like, we would do a review after the candidate was left. And then at the end of all of them, then we did our review on who we wanted to recommend to the town administrator for the hire of the grant writer. Yeah,
So like that,
right.
you know.
Yeah, and I was told that that was pretty much how our town ran for those these kind of boards, as I had asked at the time when I was on it.
Oh, geez, sorry.
And then when I do, yeah, we do hiring, a lot of the hirings, just like that. If you're doing an interview process, more than one person could be sitting there, and then we have a set of questions, and each person takes turn reading the question to ask the candidate, and then we evaluate the sheet, and that's the way Parks and Rec even does some of the hiring like that too.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I might, I would, well, ask that, we ask if Mr. Toth would be willing to write up the list of guardrails that we just talked about, since it was his amendment to the policy. Just a thought,
I can do that.
if he's willing, yeah.
For
Yeah,
the,
just
for the committee,
The guardrails for the committee.
for the
So what-
town administrator.
Right back to.
What we want from them. Yeah,
Well,
we're
the
back at
screen-
Bob's here. Bob's here again, yeah.
Yep.
I just lost time, sorry.
The town administrator screening committee, yeah.
You were speeding, he was slowing down.
Yeah, there you go. I just hit the brakes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
All right, who is going to contact department heads and see if they
I could do that.
are willing, you know, police chief, fire chief, librarian. Miss Weta,
Let's look back at this,
Yeah, it's in the back of the book of the town book too, and I have a,
let's look at this real quick.
well, I have a phone list. We have a phone list, so it's in our office on the wall.
Yep.
There's a phone list on the office on the wall. You can just make a copy, take it off, take a copy, and then take that with you, and it has all the departments on it, all the sections and all their phone numbers.
You could just send out an email too,
Yeah, they're in the email thing.
all of them.
Yeah, you can call them or you
If
can email.
anybody's interested.
But the one to go to, advisory kind of has to happen before their meeting tonight, tomorrow night. To let them know. And then who has permission to let our office know to post the citizen at large? Jeff, would you take care of that, or should Lisa take care of that? Are we gonna make a motion to form the actual committee?
Once we get names, maybe?
When is our next meeting? That's the August 12th, 13th, 17th, 16th? It's a while.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah, that's what my concern.
3 weeks.
It's 3 weeks for our next meeting. That's what's concerning me.
We could have a special meeting just to appoint.
But we can't even appoint yet because we haven't taken a vote to actually form the committee. That's my point.
Now, but
And we don't even have a list of people to appoint.
But I do think it's a lot to wait until that August.
We can't wait.
Yeah.
We've already put.
I think we have to have a special meeting.
Already put the job posting out. We can't wait.
So we have to have a special meeting to
Kicking the
appoint
can down
them
the road is not gonna
to
happen.
the thing.
I'll reach out them in the morning and see if I can get them to.
I don't know if we'll have answers in time for the 30th of July
Our next meeting is the 16th, that's all, yeah.
Yeah.
or the 6th of August. Or, well, I'm thinking Wednesdays. I know advisory is meeting tomorrow. That should leave like the 31st is a Thursday, might be open. The planning board is on Tuesday, but they just passed. The Conservation Commission just met. Advisory meets tomorrow.
Could we tentatively
COA just met.
hold 2 meetings? Hold places for 2 meetings, just in case we don't get the responses by the 1st. Let's say we're gonna put it in for the 30th. If we didn't get the responses by the 30th, we just cancel that meeting and go to the
Go
next,
to
Yeah,
next week.
can we
I
even,
agree with Tim that we just can't wait. We just can't sit for the 3 weeks until our next meeting.
which day is advisory on the 30th? Oh, they were tomorrow, never mind, they went to Thursday again. They used to be, they're booked up on the calendar for our Wednesdays. That's what I'm just
Um,
telling you, I don't know why.
Along with that, if I might, Mr. Chair, Lisa, with your inquiry that you're putting out, probably wanna ask for responses by a specific date. Because, that would potentially help us. We'd probably get the majority of them if we didn't get all.
Right.
Um,
So we're gonna shoot for the 30th? We're gonna set a meeting for the 30th.
I think so. Let's go to tomorrow.
I'm guessing Thursday, the 30th is open because it's a Wednesday and trying to think what usually meets.
Do you know what you,
The 30th or the 31st.
meeting schedules, do you have anything
Might be CPC,
scheduled for the
Kevin.
30th
CPC meets on Thursdays.
or the 6th?
I think they meet on Thursday.
Yep, pretty sure.
Well, they're meeting tomorrow, right?
The 30th and the
I see.
31st are open, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, TCTV.
On the ball. Thank you very much.
Extra credit.
They're just trying to get funding, that's all.
Hey,
Well,
yeah, we. So,
I'll give them a deadline, like the 29th. Get back to me if they could.
Yeah, that'd be
If not,
perfect,
then-
yeah, that's perfect.
yeah, we can schedule the meeting for the
Yes.
30th if you can.
Yeah.
We'd need to know by the 28th.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like by noon time.
You get that, Lisa?
Very specific.
Yeah.
respond to Lisa with that.
Hmm.
You just get people to say yes.
Screen committee for.
And who's really good at doing interviews is Deliberating. Jackie.
It would be a special
Library.
meeting just to appoint members to the screening committee.
Oh, she has time, but she's very good at it.
Yeah, we probably won't have to work past 10 that night.
Do we have to make a motion to form the screening committee? Because we only talked about it. so-
Yeah, if we're gonna form one, yes.
So I would like to make a motion to form screening committee, figure out at a later date who's gonna be on it.
I will second that. If you would amend to form a town administrator screening ad hoc committee. I want to make sure we,
Yes,
Go ahead.
because
I would like to make an amendment to. Just have to-
Just do that one.
ad hoc. Any additions to that? One second.
Yeah, I'm just looking to make sure we're not gonna interfere with school committee meetings, because they meet the third Thursday and the first and third Thursday on busier months.
I would say we'll do it on 30th,
Wednesday.
have a special meeting to appoint. If we have people.
And approve
I don't know if they have a
Chair's
meeting
making?
until like September.
I'm not certain. That I'm not certain.
'Cause I think they had a meeting in June and they haven't had one since, so there wasn't
Yeah.
scheduled.
It's gonna be a school committee member. The chair to the school committee. And the superintendent. Those are the people I'd call.
Last meeting they have posted here is June 5th.
I'm sure somebody wants it here.
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay, so on the motion to create a town administrator ad hoc screening committee. How would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Grace?
Yes.
Ms. Bessel?
Oh.
And yes. You got 2 minutes past 10. Discussion on review of personnel policy and possible suspension of sections.
I had put it out, on it, cause I didn't know if we want to get it done last week. Do we have anything more other than what we did on that one last week? This was the, personnel policy.
So I know there are things in there that need to be amended. Towards the end. I can't remember the section, but it says Board of Selectmen instead of Select Board. These are things that. In the amendments, Board of Selectmen. And that's after it was changed. These are just things that have never been. It's just it hasn't been gone through and little things like that.
Well, usually, in my past experience with policies, we would make a motion to have, for edited purposes, for selectmen to be changed to select board. And just have those clerical things changed. As on a vote, just to start taking care of some of it, of the housekeeping on it. We didn't really need to know where they were, it just said that wherever they were, please change them, was the vote.
They said there's on page 29, it says go to the Board of Selectmen, and it should say Select Board. But when the board voted to do that, and it was back in 16, 17. See, you still got the Board of Selectmen's office. There's all kinds of little things like that in
Yep.
this that need to be brought up to date.
Yeah.
That would be a thing to do at the August 27th meeting. Go through the policies while we're figuring out goals of what we want to do for the year, what we've accomplished, what we haven't, the budget message, the
Do you want to table the personnel policy for the 27th?
organizational chart, and so forth.
Yeah, on the other one, yep. So for the personnel policy, that's the other, that's the personnel one for all our employees. You, so we just gonna, do you want to table that one until the 27th so we can go through it? Because you said it has the selectmen, it says selectmen, it says
There's
select
a lot
board,
of little things.
little things. Right.
There might even be, there might have even been some changes.
Because like the little things like the select board to selectmen, those, that, I mean, that itself can be just a vote in general, a clerical vote, and you don't have to go line by line and look for them all. Somebody that you ask to go edit to do it in the vote can go do that. But I'm fine with doing the personnel on the 27th. On that one.
Yeah, there's been some things that have changed and classification plan, I don't think is included.
Mm.
The last item is item D, review of select board operating procedures policy.
Well, I came up with a lot of different amendments I found on it and I sent it to everybody and we discussed it on the 17th. I feel like a lot of the amendments are basically allowing to have structure and organization in our office and allowing the select board to be able to do their job, part of it.
We had a good discussion about it. But we decided to table it, until all board members were done.
For the 27th.
No, we
No,
decided to table it on
for
this,
today.
yeah, the
We
17th today.
decided to table it for today. I'm assuming you were able to.
Right,
to look
table it
over
and put it on the 27th or to,
Table it for today's. meeting.
We had tabled it until we had a full board.
okay.
I think the 27th is a long time to make the changes to our policy and have to live with all what it's currently at and the condition it's at and the situation that we have to live by right now because of the choices on it. take away, say that we can't do things. I personally, yeah. I mean, all the action, like I had discussed, we discussed was, it's, you know, just it's putting a line saying, you know, the chair, the town administrator and or chair or designee. So that way, if something happens, we can go in there, taking away that first page. And, the line of succession on, you know, the voters and then that, because it isn't the town administrator. They're not the third power of government. But that's the spirit of all the amendments that I had proposed. I found a couple new, ones with, more of the same thing, the town administrator and chair and or. Or we can add that to our meeting on the 30th, and people want more time to look at it. But I don't think it can go to the 27th of, August. I think that's like,
No, it shouldn't,
Not
have
good.
even- shouldn't even been pushed to this point. We should have acted on it. But in my personal opinion. It's the voters, it's this board, and then anybody that we delegate to. One of the challenges, the way this policy is written, we own it right now. We are the Board of Selectmen.
mhm,
Previous boards gave away a lot of power.
yeah.
There are 200 some odd rules, legislations, and other regulations that our power is derived from by the fact that we got voted into these seats. And it's, when you look at it, it is absolutely mind-boggling.
You think? Like I said, I have earmarked every change. I have them all here. But there was one thing I noticed and came up with my discussion with Jeff.
But nothing prevents me here right now, nothing prevents me from either overriding the town administrator, if she shows, if the town administrator sends there an agenda, the chair can look at it and say, take that off, take that off, take that off. Nothing prevents it doesn't.
I know, but did they know that?
If you're elected to the Board of Selectmen, you should know your duties and responsibilities by statute. That's why they have, if you look through the Selectmen's Handbook, it's got all the Mass General laws in there that give you your various authority. And it says, right at the beginning, it shows you the main things that the Select Board does.
But
You know, the big thing you have is the town meeting warrant. Appointing other boards and committees. We appoint employees. The town administrator says, you know, I have someone for an accountant. But it comes to the board for approval.
But this policy says, the way it's written and the way it's being used says that it's a town administrator and that's what I've observed on the agendas over the years. That's what I have observed, that they have been, and like even last minute, 48 hours last minute, that should not be the town administrator's, the select board office a choice. That should be the chair's choice to see if that item should stay. But yet we've had the liquor license and stuff come on last minute, and I've seen chairs sit here and didn't even know that it was added last minute. But it happened. But why wasn't it cleared by the chair? Because the chair has all the power, it's their agenda. But right here in this policy that somebody voted for, the select board policy is where they go for, and that's what the problem is. It can't continue like this because this is this should have been, this is more of how our office does their job. We understand our job. We understand our responsibilities. The state tells them so they're all put in writing. But this was like, you know, Tim has said, this is like, and this is written so that we would behave ourselves, the select board would behave themselves, and we would be not in our office and not to do certain tasks, even though the state of Massachusetts says those are our tasks and those are our responsibilities.
Well, I don't know where it says in here that you can't go in the select board office.
Well, it says day-to-day operations on one of the lines. It says the select board shall refrain from going day-to-day operations, right there. That's the one they're gonna hold that to you.
I'll give you an example. It was maybe 2 years ago. And this is what that day-to-day stuff refers to. There was an employee over at the DPW. I don't know if they were getting reprimanded for this or if it was a union thing or something, but there was an issue with the department head and an employee. And a selectman went over there and got involved in it. Whether it was a friend of the selectman or a friend of a friend or a friend of the family, whichever. Now, if a selectman goes over there and they're interfering with the process, what if I hear about that and go over there and say, well, no, I don't want you to do that, department head, which I don't have the authority to do as an individual selectman. The only extraneous authority that I have over other members as the chair, wherever the chair, and this goes for any other board or committee, you have the power and responsibility of what goes on the agenda. You have to ensure that it gets posted in a timely manner. And no one speaks at a meeting, including members, without relief of the chair. And you keep the meeting organized and stuff. Other than that, that's the only power, if you will, that I have over the other 4 people. Everyone, we have no authority individually. So a selectman going over there and getting involved in something like that that's part of why it says day-to-day operation. If we want to micromanage everything, if a select board wants to micromanage everything, save 150 grand plus bennies and don't have the town administrator, and just have a couple of part-time administrative assistants in there to take notes and post stuff on the agenda.
So I don't mean to, without knowing that backstory and reading the policy the way it is, it's interpreted differently, so it needs to be reworded and laid out better. And that's where the edits come in, and it's not rewriting the policy, it's rewording the policy.
But again, if you know your duties,
But it's why you have a policy, is to, for people that don't know their duties, you're reading the policies and you're knowing
well,
what is this expected of you.
But this policy says, just on research, so I'm supposed to vote as a select board member sitting here. But I've been told that this policy tells me I can't talk to anybody. I can't talk to any department heads. I can't ask any questions. I can't ask what's going on. I wouldn't know some of the things that I knew tonight if I wouldn't have asked a few questions here and there before the meeting, so that I wouldn't have had to just keep on, I have to have some knowledge behind my decisions and my votes. And this says that I can't do any of that. And that's what I've been told.
Mr. Chair,
yes, Mr.
could I interject here for a minute? The way, I might be wrong, but the way I read the policy, is we can ask, as far as I know, we can ask anything we want. The thing we can't do is tell. We can't micromanage anything, because the only party in the building that technically works directly for us is the town administrator. So we have to delegate through them. So if we see something with a department head or in the TA that we don't like or whatever, our responsibility is to go to the TA.
And
Not to
what's-
get interject
and then
between the department head,
So
because they work for us. They're the,
if you work for this town and you have a TA, then the TA gets the things. The problem is some of the stuff that happens doesn't actually, it's not telling us anything. So not saying that, like I said, nobody wants to go in there, but if for some reason we end up with no TA and we have no staff in there, this says we can't even go in there to answer a phone if we wanted to. I mean, today, we had someone go home and go sick.
You're misinterpreting that. There's a community in Western Massachusetts as a 3-member board, no other support staff, and you know what? They run their town.
Right, but,
So-
but this policy says we can't. That's my point. The policy says we can't. Not that we want to, but
And
it says we can't anyway if we wanted to.
And we can change the policy. We write policy. I brought this up a week ago.
But we'll,
I'm not comprehending what you're not understanding, Candace. I'm
well,
really
I
not.
don't understand. I really don't believe that there's 3 functional areas of local government in our town. I believe there's 2, but that's, empowerment to to another section of it. And I'm just saying that I have a different perspective too, because I was on the other side of the coin.
Yep, and you need to stop talking about that. You really do, before you get yourself in trouble.
Right, I'm just
That's
saying.
all I'm gonna say about it.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
just
gonna
saying,
bring it up again.
I'm just saying that I just like, when
First-
the office was closed today.
First thing to clear up is, do people want to change the policy because of the person in the office right now?
Nope.
No, I just think the wording is
Yeah, me too.
better.
No.
Because another administrator, different administrator, might tell their thing might be, well, I can't do that because policy. You have to do it this way because of policy. A policy is the guidebook to show, how you do things. There's nothing in there that says you can't go talk to a department head. Because I talk to department heads all the time. They say, what about this and that? I said, well, I can look at that, but I can't fix it.
Right.
That's because I know my role. I can't fix it because I'm only one selectman, but I can look at it.
Gather
I
information.
went to and talked to I talked to the conservation people about the open space, which right now says it's a 9-member, from 5 to 9 members. It's a town meeting vote. And town meeting voted, and I don't know if this is Templeton math or just the way it was back then in 2006, 6, I think. Up to 9 members, but 3 will be considered a quorum. Well, that's fine if you only appoint 5 people to the open space committee. But if you appoint 7 people, how can 3 be a quorum? They don't have the backing of the Conservation Commission, which has the wetland protection law, which states if the Conservation Commission gets down to 2 members, that can be a quorum, because people go to the Conservation Commission to get permission to build or do work inside a wetland area. And if they can't make any calls or any decisions, because you don't have a quorum, it just goes down the road to the DEP. So that's the thing that I said, that I would look at the town meeting vote and bring in front of the board to put something on the warrant to ask town meeting to amend their vote, to change that from 5 to 9 to just 5. Because right now they have 3 people that want to be on the open space, but they're going, well, it's not really a quorum. I said, but according to the vote, town meeting vote it is, but it wasn't a bylaw, so it didn't go outside of town. And I don't know if that's Templeton math or what the thinking was, but town meeting voted for it. And again, I can't tell them I will fix it, but I can bring that in front of the board. And there's nothing in this policy that says I can't do that. Nothing.
Okay.
It tries to organize things so
Oh.
the board won't micromanage things, and one selectman goes in and talks to Bob Sozik and says, hey, what about this, this, and this? And then Jeff Bennett goes in there and says, whoa, no,
Did you?
I don't like that at all. That's
No, he
what
didn't.
that's to avoid.
The edits were only made to
Maybe
make,
I'm in the minority.
to make sure in case of an emergency. It didn't say that we
Did
were
you
doing
get
that.
it?
It said and or.
Were you guys all able,
Is that?
were you all able to read the edits that were made?
Yep.
It's not, it wasn't rewriting the entire policy, it's just rewording it. Just so that it couldn't be interpreted as something else.
And as I said the last meeting, this is stale. It's time to be reviewed. We should be reviewing these every year right after we reorganize. That's been a downfall of the boards. I'll take part of that too. I was the chair more than once.
And it gets brought up by one member or the other, and then, but there's not a majority that wants to do it.
Correct.
To do the work. Because laws change and this changes, and you have to look at the policy and go, whoops. That no longer works. It's like once upon a time, it had the action item tracker. It was the chair, the vice chair, or the clerk. Well, what was this? We playing craps, roll the dice, who's doing it this week? Or this meeting? So, that was a change that I asked for. Just to specify who was gonna do it. Didn't matter who, but it needed to be somebody. But the policy does not take away our legal responsibility. It grants authority, which you can delegate authority, but you can't delegate responsibility.
Well, it says that the the administrator is the one that puts everything on the agenda, and there's no provision for the chair in that section. So, I mean, that's according to folks in the office. Like I said, it's just where it's badly written. It has no provisions in case of an emergency. There's no provisions, to allow the chair to change, the agenda. It says the town administrator, and so that, and then of course the town administrator would have, the executive or assistant, whatever, do it for them. And it just felt like it was just didn't seem right. And, so I made a bunch of amendments and I send them to everybody if anybody wanted them. But I didn't realize that I was on a board that I didn't do anything. And I understand the concept of, making, that my responsibilities, I have a member board. I've lived with it a long time. You can talk to somebody, I get that. You can't make any promises. You say, you can ask to put that on the agenda, if you want to talk to all the members. I can't bring lateral decisions on one person, and I only have one vote, and it has to go to the board. I understand that concept 100%. So I would like to, make a motion to go ahead with the canvass's edits to the, town Templeton Select Board operating procedures and policies. And change those.
I'll second it.
Second that one.
United.
Any discussion?
Yes. This is gonna end up, whether we like it or not, this is a living document. From time to time, this will have a need to have changes, amendments, rewrites, adaptations. And I think we all need to understand that as we look at this, that, yeah, if we see something that's not making sense or doesn't read correctly, any one of us can bring it forward that help me understand. And do we need to change this? And then we bring it to the board as a whole and we take action. Again, it's our policy. We write policy.
On the motion, How would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Basso?
Yes.
And I vote no. At 22-29. That is the end of the agenda. We have board member comments. Mr. May?
I'm on hold right now. Anyway.
Mr. Toth?
Real brief, keep an eye on your pets, keep an eye on your neighbors, keep an eye on the kids. We have a couple of really warm days gonna hit us again tomorrow and Friday. And keep our fingers crossed, we don't have to consider opening our cooling center at the senior center.
Ms. Graves?
I just wanted to remind everybody that we have quite a bit of activities going on in the town. We have some events in the common with Culture Council. We have a fair going on in next weekend. So hopefully everybody will come out and support it. Those are on the fun note. On the other note, I just wanted to apologize to everybody for the meeting on the 17th and the confusion when I had did the item 3 on the appointment. When I said what I said at the end, obviously it passed. It's two voted yes. One said no and someone abstained, but I just wanted to apologize. People say I shouldn't say it, but it was my first time. I've done a million meetings, but I have never been on camera before to run it. And doing it as running on camera is 10 times, believe it or not, different than when you're sitting in just a room, you know. So the nerves got the best of me, and I want to apologize. Won't happen again. First time jitters.
Special? And at that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And second.
I think you beat. Yeah, I'm quite tired tonight. I'm having a hard time staying awake.
On the motion to adjourn, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Nah.
Yeah, what the hell?